countries compared to rich countries, right? And so you can ask, okay, how is it that the premium is highest in low-income countries, and yet that's where fewest firms are actually adopting standards? And of course, the answer is that the cost of compliance with standards is also highest for low-income countries compared to rich countries. Next slide. So for example, if we take agricultural firms in East Africa, compliance with, say, a voluntary sustainability standard such as Global Gap may range between 2,000 and 15,000, and that's just for audits alone. There's also the costs of upgrading the systems to be able to meet the standard, okay? So these costs are significant, and that's why, you know, a lot of the firms cannot comply and cannot meet these standards. Also, basically, there's many sustainability standards that the buyers impose on the firms, on exporting firms, right, on their suppliers. And so, in fact, when you look at across these different voluntary standards, and you look at the overlap of the requirements that firms need to comply with, actually the overlap is kind of small. And so what that means is that firms need to comply with many different standards that, and so pay costs to meet all these different standards if they want to maintain all these buyers. Otherwise, you know, if they want to just focus on one standard, they'll have to lose market. Okay, so the overlap is limited, and that is a problem. Okay. So another standard that's very important, at least in agriculture, is the maximum residue level, okay, that countries have to comply with. This is, you know, the standard set by Codex in Rome. And so what we find is basically that for low and middle income countries, countries are setting the standard that Codex requires. So they're meeting the global standard, international standard. Richer countries, however, they set standards that are more stringent than actually Codex. And so there's a bit of a rat race where low-income countries that want to sell their commodities to richer countries have to comply with ever-increasing and more stringent standards. Okay, and so that's a bit of an issue because they comply with international standard, but richer countries set even more stringent standards. Okay, next slide. So if we look at the literature, the economics literature, the research on the impact of technical regulation, so standards that countries need to comply with in order to be able to export, what we find actually is that by and large, setting technical regulations hurts developing countries more than helps them. Okay, so for developed countries, you know, they benefit from technical regulations, but that's not the case for developing countries. Okay, so what you see here, you know, red dots means it's a negative impact, green dot is a positive impact, and each dot is a study. Okay, so if we look at the top lines, whether it is for SPS, so sanitary and phytosanitary measures, or TBT measures, we see more red dots than green dots, suggesting for the first line, which is developing countries, which suggests that the impacts tend to be negative. Okay, and so these, you know, again, a lot of work to be done. Next slide. So when it comes to whether to use voluntary standards or mandatory standards for policy, or you know, technical regulations for policy, what the report suggests is that actually both should be used because they meet different objectives. So voluntary standards, right, should be left to the industry because they're the ones that demand these standards, and they have the technical expertise. Okay, and so, you know, they deal with quality issues, and so on, so they should be left to the industry. But when it comes to mandatory standards that, of course, concern the common good, the public good, like safety, health, the environment, and so on, they should be, these are the ones that the government should take on board. However, here, a smart approach, so not only regulations, but actually a smart approach where both voluntary standards and regulations should be combined, okay? So basically, the government, the regulator, should set the parameters, and then the industry should come up with voluntary standards that meet those requirements set by the regulator, right? So we have to be careful about regulations and over-regulating the economy and the market. Okay, so this is basically the conceptual framework in the report. Okay, so as the DG was mentioning, so we talk about adapt, align, and author. So in the beginning, right, when the government, when a country does not have the capacity to comply with international standards, basically they should adapt these international standards to the level of compliance, okay? And then only when the capacity of the country increases and it becomes more and more, more and more, they're more and more able to comply with international standards, that's when they should start to align with them. And finally, along the way, they should always strive to author and have a seat at the table in shaping these international standards. Because what we find in the report is that countries that participate in the standard making process, they're more likely to adopt them and more likely to use them. And the last thing that we want is international standards, for rich countries written by rich countries. Okay. Now, so when adapting international standards, though, and setting domestic standards we should think about this in some sort of as a step process, right? Where maybe the top rung is international standard, and then countries should start in the rung where they have capacity to comply with, and then move along this ladder up to reach the international standard. Okay, and so they should start wherever the capacity is, because what we want is a balance between the standards that need to be complied with, domestic standards that need to be complied with, and the capacity to comply with them. Okay. All right. So now, how do we comply with standards? Of course, it's through quality infrastructure. Okay. And so again, the Metrology Institute has to, is part of that. The standards, we've been talking about the standards, the conformity assessment bodies, right? The accreditation bodies, all have to work in tandem to comply, to make standards be more than just paper, right? For firms to actually comply and use them to move ahead. Okay. Now, what we find in the next slide. So what we find in the report is that the standard bureaus, the national standard bureaus across the globe, for low-income countries, actually they take on more functions than just writing standards. Okay, so for example, typically in low-income countries, they will take on also metrology functions. They will take also even accreditation. Okay. And in high-income countries, they will only focus on standard setting. Okay, so that can be potentially problematic because there's conflict of interest when you have the same institution that writes standards and then say certifies those standards. Okay, and so now that's the case because of course maybe in some of these countries the market doesn't have enough capacity to sustain, different institutions. And also, what happens is that typically in low-income countries, these institutions tend to be public, whereas in richer countries, these institutions are private because, the private sector can come in because there's enough demand to make it worthwhile. Okay. And so if countries need to have all these functions under the same roof, again, it is important that there's some Chinese walls that mitigate this conflict of interest between these different functions. Okay, next slide. And so when it comes to participation in international setting bodies like ISO, IEC, ASTM, and so on, ICANN, and so others, what we find is also that the participation is also varies across countries. So low-income country participates in fewer technical committees and send fewer delegates compared to high-income countries that send a lot more delegates and participate in a lot more committees. Okay. Now, of course, you know, low-income countries only pick and choose which technical committees they want to participate in, and so that is, of course, you know, the technical committees that's relevant to them. That's, but basically, fewer voice or less voice means less, you know, less active participation, and that means ultimately standards that may not necessarily may not necessarily align with the needs of the country, right? And so they might be harder to comply with, to adopt, or firms might have to make higher investments in order to comply with them. Okay, next slide. And so in terms of policy recommendations for developing countries, so we have three recommendations. First, again, you know, we need to create conditions so that firms really are able to upgrade quality. Okay, and so the use of intermediate standards or standards along this rung, the setting of standards along this rung, is what's going to make standards as a catalyst rather than a cudgel or a barrier. Okay. Number two, countries need to learn the full toolbox of standards for policy, okay? So not just regulation, but actually also using voluntary standards and leveraging the private sector in the use of voluntary standards to guide policy. And finally, when it comes to quality infrastructure, they should, you know, they should basically use mutual recognition so that there's no duplication of tests and so on across countries, right? So through mutual recognition and through sharing of resources, you know, we should not have all the functions of quality infrastructure in all countries. Some countries are very small, some countries may not, but so pooling resources, you know, regionally or you know, continentally, is the way to go. Again, and the use of mutual recognition, where tests are you know, the tests are agreed that are done correctly, you know, in any lab. Okay, and final slide. So you know, so we talked about the tiered approach or the maturity approach. You know, this is done so that countries and firms can move along to eventually reach the international standard. And again, we should also strive to have, you know, and to deepen international regulatory cooperation through mutual recognition and through regional cooperation. Okay, so with that, there's one last slide, but with that, so here's some of the, you know, you guys can scan if you're interested in the report. You have the full report, the overview, main messages. There's also even a video and some podcasts. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zangxia, for that wonderful presentation. He has set the stage for the next session. And the conversation will be very interesting from those, from the presentation, because everything will be based on that. So I want to call my first panel of three, Mr. Sergio Mujica, the Secretary General, International Organization for Standardization. Welcome to the podium. Let us welcome Sergio. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can take that. The next one is Emmanueline Irizelwa, the Division Manager, National Meteorology Services, Rwanda Standards Board. Karibu sana, Emma. And the next panelist is Sandra Owera, the ITC Africa Regional Director for the ITC Regional Office in Nairobi for East African Community. Let us give it up for Sandra. We will make this one very short and sweet, please. So from the report that has just been presented, I'll start with Sergio. And we are speaking about African voice in international standardization. And we know we have also the Kigali Agreement. How can ISO, in collaboration with ARSO and African NSB, strengthen Africa's participation in setting international standards, including agenda setting and technical leadership, particularly in priority sectors, that's agriculture, critical minerals, digital, energy transition, and sustainability? Sergio.
Thank you, Esther. It will be short. We will see whether it's sweet. Thanks for that question. Actually, the report, the World Development Report, is very welcome. At the heart of the ISO strategy, we have standards used everywhere, and for that we need to demonstrate the value of standards. And we, standard makers, are very convinced that what we do matters, but as Xavi was saying, that is not necessarily a clear message for the rest of the world. And I remember at the outset of the report, I met with the chief economist of the World Bank, Indermit Gill, and I asked him very candidly, why standard? You know, this is the flagship report of the World Bank. The previous year was in the trap of middle-income countries. Before that was trade. And now you chose standards. Why? And his answer, it's something I will never forget. He said, because standards are the silent catalyst for economic and social development. And I keep on repeating that everywhere because it's so powerful. Now it comes to your question. How can we work together to increase the participation from developing countries? And once again, the key question is why? Why do we need to increase participation from developing countries? And this comes again at the heart of the ISO value proposition. At ISO, we create globally relevant solutions to respond to global challenges or global needs. How can we create globally relevant solutions if those solutions are set by 5-10 countries, rich big countries? For us to be globally relevant, we need the participation of all our 176 members. That is of the essence if we want to remain relevant. Now, what are the concrete tools that we can use? Number one, the Kigali Agreement that we are so proud we signed last year during the ARSO General Assembly in Kigali. With that, we equipped ourselves with the rules, with the capacity to formally adopt the international standards here in the African continent, number one, but even more importantly, with the capacity to co-create standards. So we have aligned our processes so we can work in parallel, but with the necessary connections, so we ensure that we land exactly at the same place. So our standards will be identical, and they can have dual logo, ARSO and ISO. Last but not least, as the World Bank says, this is not a problem of access. This is a problem of capacity. That's why capacity building is essential for ISO to remain relevant. And we have a very structured approach for that. For that, we have the Developing Country Committee, DEVCO. We had the former chair, Lena. We have the current chair, Abdurrahman. So there is a lot of leadership in this region so we can provide meaningful capacity building. For that, we have the new APDC, Action Plan for Developing Countries, that focuses on 3 key deliverables. Number 1, to support countries, the NSBs, in their organizational development. For that, we can support the NSS, National Standardization Strategy. We can support the implementation of best practice and so on. Number 2, participation. We have a sponsorship program for developing countries to actually meaningfully participate in technical committees of ISO. And then the last, which is also very, very important, is support for the implementation of the standard. Because our job is not done when we publish a standard. It's not done. That is just the beginning. We need to support our organizations, our companies, SMEs, to implement those standards. And for that, we have a Standard for Sustainability program. So many success stories, even here in Kenya. Esther, you know that. I was reading yesterday, there was this women-owned SMEs that produces tea, applying the ISO standard 22000. They managed to reduce 40% the complaints for the customers. They managed to reduce the losses in the production from 5% to 2%. These are the impactful stories that we need to share, because we need more Africa in the international standardization process.
Thank you very much, Sergio. That is very relevant. Yes, we do not have to be standard takers. We have to be on the table, make standards, but it doesn't end there. We have to assist in the implementation. So we are, as national standards bodies, we are part and parcel of the whole process. And talking about being on the table, there are lessons which are learned from national champions, and Rwanda is one of them. So Rwanda is widely cited as a leader in deploying standards as development instruments. To Emanuela, what governance, financing, political economy lessons can we draw from Rwanda's experience for NSBs across Africa seeking to translate political support into measurable quality infrastructure outcomes? Emanuela.
Thank you so much, moderator. It's a great opportunity to be here, presenting recent land as a national champion. So let me start as a small introduction. As Rwanda, after the genocide against Tutsi in 1994, the country has an obligation to set all the country to rebuild, so that we can build the country, but also the people. So the country put much effort in the quality infrastructure. So from there, the year of 2010, that is when we started implement the national quality infrastructure, which was subjected to be reviewed to align the Africa quality policy, which was approved in 2021. So the year of 2017 was marked with many reforms in our country, where we focused on 4 pillars. Among those pillars, there were social, there were governance, and also economic transformation. So under that transformation pillars, the economic one, it's where under our Ministry of Trade, where Rwanda Standard belongs, Rwanda Standard Boards, it's where comes the idea of this maturity model. We used to call it in our language Zamukana Ubuziranenge, which means grow with standards. Once it started in 2017, the scope was limited. We started with the women, youth, and also people with disabilities own businesses. Then how it works, how is it working? The maturity model, we do it in 4 stages. First of all, we do the gap assessment. As we said, the issue is not having standard or access to standards. The issue is how to use the standards in our daily lives, in our daily businesses, so that we can comply, so that we can achieve the quality. So we have 4 stages in Zamkano Uziranenge, the maturity model. We start with the gap assessment to see how are the practices are being done and what is the standard is needed. After the gap analysis, we go to the training, the customized training, what these people are really needs in terms of the sector they are operating. We started in agro-processing, cosmetics, but later we are now moving in the other service. Like now we are in the public service delivery and also gender. So we said gap analysis, we said gap assessment, we said training. After that, we make like technical assistance to help them what they study in the training they got for standards, and they put into practices. They put in their daily lives. And after that, we do the post-assessment. That is the final stage. The post-assessment is the last step that can qualify them if they can go for the certification. And we got lucky this year in July. We got an assessment and evaluation between certification and the program, the Zamkano Uziranenge program. We got a report from World Bank. It shows that from 2017 up to now, we have nearly assisted or helped nearly 1,000 SMEs in agro-processing, in cosmetics, yeah, in manufacturing as well. And from the report, we saw that among the certification we have in our country, the 60% has passed in the maturity model, in the Zamkano Uziranenge program. It is something we are really very proud. And it shows that in 2 years, those 60%, they have seen the increase in the revenues by 35%, profit by 15%, and also the increment which is really hard in the employment. In 2 years, they observed a 30% of increase in the employment. So in brief, if I may say in brief, in order to achieve all this, there is something which is really critical, which is really very helpful. There is that strong political will and ownership from the government. We have also a clear eligibility criteria. And also, last but not least, the coordinated mechanism among all national quality infrastructure organs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emanuele. And it shows that this does not just happen. The growth does not just happen. As national standards bodies, we have to have a strategy on how to support our MSMEs as they grow. And I want to move to Sandra on the emerging global requirements, Sandra, such as the EU deforestation regulation and carbon border adjustment mechanisms. They are shaping the market access. So what targeted capacities and tools does ITC provide to help African businesses, and especially women and youth-led enterprises, to build the traceability and standardization capacity needed to remain competitive?
Thank you very much, Esther. For those of you who may not know ITC, the acronym at times is confused with many other companies or organizations. ITC is the International Trade Center. We're the joint agency of the UN and the WTO. Our specific mandate is to strengthen SME competitiveness and sustainability across our global markets. Thank you for the question, Esther. Just to put this into context, as we all know, the EUDR, the EU Deforestation Regulation, has delayed its application to December 2026 for large enterprises and traders. and June 2027 for micro, small, and medium enterprises. The key sectors that are affected, especially here in Africa, are export commodities such as coffee, cocoa, palm oil, timber, cattle, and products derived from cattle is leather and the like. So these are very key export commodities. And what's important to note, of course, is that this directly affects our global supply chains. What's also very critical for us to note is that the market requirements are still being set up. They're still moving in motion in spite of the fact that there's a delay of application. So a lot of our buyers and global retail chains have set up systems and processes to meet the audit requirements for the EUDR, and these systems have already been put in place as at now. So this directly affects how our SMEs operate. It's shifting their mechanism of operation because a lot of the compliance requirements have been transferred to the SMEs. The cost of compliance has been transferred to SMEs. And this is where we come in as ITC. Recognizing that SMEs right now are already struggling with complying with the numerous standards across our markets, the EUDR has been looked at as an added compliance cost. But there's a key challenge here. The challenge is that if they do not comply, we would find a situation where businesses are divesting out of these supply chains, and this would directly affect the economies and also the critical incomes of these companies on the ground. So what are we doing as ITC? ITC has set up a deforestation-free trade gateway that helps SMEs to understand how the deforestation, the EUDR affects their businesses, but also helps them to link to organizations, institutions, and also standard bodies to help them to comply to these requirements. It's a digital platform. It's free. It can be found online. I would invite you to be able to access that. We've also set up, and over the years we've done this, we've set up the standards map, the trade map, that helps SMEs to also understand how different sustainability standards can be applied to their businesses when looking to export to different markets. And beyond that, we've also done a lot of compliance requirement, technical capacity building, and provided trade advisory support to various smallholder farmers in the coffee and cocoa and leather value chains. A key example is what we have done in Rwanda, where we have supported 39,500 coffee enterprises to meet deforestation requirements. We've helped them to build washing stations. We've helped them to set up greenhouses and the like. My particular favorite is what we have done in West Africa under the Alliance for Action program, where we have worked with the cocoa value chain to put in place dynamic agroforestry mechanisms within their farms so that they're able to reduce soil erosion and also to move away from cutting down trees, which is actually a direct challenge for within the EUDR. Also, what is important is what we're doing at a continental level. So working with the African Union, we have set up we have a program called the Africa Trade Competitiveness and Market Access Program that's looking to strengthen key value chains across the continent. Within this program, we are addressing aspects of export quality readiness, and we are fundamentally shifting the discussions towards the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance requirements across the board. It's very important to note that through this, we have set up about 9 EUDR compliance handbooks, and we've circulated them across the value chains. These are free handbooks that are being used by the micro MSMEs. Now, one of the questions you've asked as well is how we're linking this to women and youth-led enterprises specifically. You might as well, know about our flagship program called She Trades. She Trades is a popular brand, more popular than ITC as a name, but it is ours. Through She Trades, we have supported over 3 million women-owned enterprises to access markets internationally. And we're also helping them to meet the EUDR, the CSDD, and other EU directives as they're moving towards exporting their products. So right now, we have provide certification support. We're doing continuous quality control for these women-owned enterprises, and we're training them daily on market access support. We are also doing the same with youth entrepreneurs. Recently, we launched a program that is focusing on strengthening youth entrepreneurs in the green economy. And we're providing soft loans for them to continue building capacity within their industries, but following the green route. And of course, and lastly, of course, we're looking at strengthening smallholder farmers to accede into more formal markets, but using the EU DR development requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandra, you cannot access a market until you understand that market and the requirements and then comply with that market requirements. Thank you so much for that. I want, before I release my first panel, I would want to give a chance to the audience for any questions, a comment from the audience. You can just lift your hand. Yes, I can see one there. If we can have a moving mic. The second one, we'll only have two, and the second one from Sadville.
Voilà, bonjour chers tous. Je suis l'un des rares personnes à parler français ici. Voilà, et ma question s'adresse à notre consoeur du Rwanda. Je souhaiterais, au regard du développement qu'elle a fait, demander si, en absence de la volonté politique, on peut réellement implémenter les normes. Ma question, elle est toute simple et bête. En même temps, je souhaiterais avoir vraiment une réponse appropriée. Merci.
Thank you very much for that. It goes to, but before you answer, let me give Sadvir.
Thank you, and thank you, Sergio. So this question goes out to Sergio. You emphasized a lot of activities, actions, programs at ISO, the action plan for developing countries, and more so now the implementation of the Kigali Agreement, which is fundamental towards enhancing the participation of African national standards bodies in ISO. One of the pillars that may become an obstacle towards effective transformation and industrialization is the rapid advancement of digitalization. And it will be quite important to appreciate and understand the extent to what ISO is doing in terms of enabling digitalization and supporting national standards bodies, especially within the developing countries. Because those are critical, because if you develop standards in the normal way that you're developing and the world is moving in a different direction, you're certainly going to be left behind. So your thoughts on that will be highly appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Sadville. So we'll have Emma respond to the first question briefly, and then Sergio.
Yes, thank you for the question. As I said in my last words, I say that without a political will and ownership, it is not really easy to achieve all this impact. So we are lucky we have that political willingness and also ownership. It's now become very easy. People understand that it is very important to grow with standards. So it's really key. Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Sadvir, which is absolutely essential. Within the Action Plan for Developing Countries, the Pillar 1 is about organizational development. And one of the elements of organizational development is precisely about IT capacity. When we talk about digitalization and the use of digital tools, we're talking about several different things, but two I'd like to focus on. Number one, how can we be more efficient? And it's true, by using digital tools like OSD, online standard development, by using AI, for example, we can be more efficient as a community. It's not only about developing countries, a developed country. We as ISO community, we need to be able to deliver our standards in a timely manner And for that, we need to take advantage of all tools that are available for us. And the second one is about the way we deliver our content to standard users. The truth is that for too many years, we have delivered our standards as a static document, which is really difficult to navigate by standard users. So they need to open a document, look at definition, look for technical requirements, and then when they have understood that, they need to connect it with other standards, and then they need to connect it with a standard from another organization. So what we call SMART, which is in reality digitally enhanced content, is what we will make our standard easily accessible by all kinds of users, SMEs, developing countries, and developed countries. No one left behind. That is absolutely essential. We cannot have a journey where only 5, 10, 20 countries can join. This needs to be for the entire ISO community because, as I said before, this is our value proposition. Globally relevant solutions. We cannot provide globally relevant solutions if this is going to be an exercise of a small group of countries.
Thank you, Sergio. Before I release my panel, we have been listening to the World Development Report. So what next? In one sentence, so what next for us?
More participation and implementation of all these very important ideas.
As we are going to one certificate that works for all, I have just 3 things. We need a unified effort, strong collaboration, and also effective information exchange between us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognizing that we have a lot of certification programs across the board, we need to strengthen ARSO to build a harmonized and coordinated approach for us to have one certificate for all and to reduce duplicity across our markets.
Thank you very much. Let us give up for our panel, our wonderful panel. I believe that has been short and sweet, and I want to ask my panel to take their seats. Thank you very much for those wonderful conversations that we have given. And on stage, I want to invite the next panelist of 3, Mr. Aka Koasi, the Chief Technical Advisor, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Please take your seat. The next one is, yes, let's clap for him. Yeah, you can sit just next to me, the next one. The next one. The next one is Chidi Ileka, the Senior Advisor, African Continental Free Trade Area, African Export-Import Bank, AfCFTA Bank. Welcome to the podium. And finally, we have Professor Elastas Gatebe, Industrialization Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much to this panel, and we'll still make this one short and sweet as well. So I'll start with UNIDO, and this is on inclusive upgrading for MSMEs. And drawing from UNIDO's programs in Africa, including its joint work with ARSO under ACAP and ARSO DISNET, what proven approaches most effectively bring MSMEs and informal sector producers into compliant, market-ready value chains, and how can they be scaled? Over to you.
Thank you. As you said, UNIDO have a big experience in supporting SMEs to comply with the standard and to comply with the market requirement. And this, we have done it through many programs implemented in Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, regional and national programs. And right now, two important programs are ongoing. It is the ACP QI program. It is extended to, it includes Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. And we have this program that ITC has thought about, the ATCMA program, where we are supporting QI institutions and SMEs to implement some standards. So from this experience, what can be retained? I think that the colleague that has spoken have thought about many experiences, but from UNIDO side, implementing this kind of program shows that we have to move from individual support to SMEs for specific needs to general structured upgrading support to the enterprises. So, excuse me. So, what is to be done? Our approach is that we have to use the value chain approach. As World Bank said in his recommendation, in one of the recommendations, is that we have to use the quality infrastructure to support implementation of standard in SMEs. So we started by creating the environment, the environment to support the enterprises on this exercise. But the system should, first of all, start by identifying the market need, the market requirement, and this is done generally by standardization bodies, such as ARSO for Africa. And for this, we have supported ARSO to improve his mechanisms of developing standard, for example, by put a digital support in place to improve the development of standard, as well as we have developed a catalog of standard for ISO. So this is important, and ARSO has also put in place a system, some platform to develop, to present the requirement of the market through ARSO DISNET, and we have also supported ARSO to improve this system. And after that, it is also when you have all these requirements on standards, on technical regulation, etc., you have to make standard and all the other requirements accessible to SMEs, in particular by the digitalization we thought about, because SMEs need to know what are the requirements, what are the technical regulations, and then after you have to assist SMEs to build their capacity to comply with the market requirement. But when we have done this, you have also to build the confidence on complying with the market requirement. And for this, for example, we have supported ARSO in the development of the ACAP, that is the certification system, conformity assessment system that has been put in place, and where we have the ARSO conformity mark. Okay, we have supported ARSO by supporting conformity assessment bodies, certification body, intervening in delivering ARSO mark, and we have also supported ARSO to supporting some SMEs to comply with the ARSO mark requirement. So also it is important to note that we have to develop the awareness of consumers on quality culture in general, because the market needs to be aware of the demand of the quality. Okay, and how we can scale up this? I think that digitalization is one of the tools to scale up, because you can develop some tools that can be extended to many SMEs. You have to also, what we did is that we conducted pilot support with selected SMEs. So when you have pilot, you conduct this pilot exercise, you have to duplicate, you have to train trainers that can continue the support to be provided. And sometimes we have also the problem of access to finance, to supporting the SMEs, and this problem has to be solved. Solutions have to be found, and in this way we are working with ITC to see how to facilitate access to finance to QI institutions. And we have also to build a sustainable technical capacity. This is important. In Africa, there is this lack of experts in many domains, and to make this, to encourage SMEs to develop their capacity in terms of quality, you need to make accessible some internal, national or regional expert. And also, how to scale up it, we have to adopt common regional methodology. It is most of the time what we propose, a methodology adopted at regional level, and ARSO is doing well this, proposing something and that can be duplicated in the regions. And at the end, all these experiences, we have to measure the impact of this activity, this support. We have to measure the impact, and we have also to demonstrate this impact, make them known by everyone that can push other SMEs to make the same experience and to develop quality and in order to access the markets. So this is what I can say for now.
Thank you very much. Aka, let us give up for him the focus on MSMEs, the support that we have to give, and we have to participate as African countries. Let us participate in standardization, build the capacity of our MSMEs. And I want to go straight to Chidi and financing the AfCFTA quality agenda. So what innovative financial instruments, trade finance, guarantees, branded finance can AfrEximbank deploy to accelerate the upgrading of African producers to ARSO standards and the ARSO quality mark, particularly for MSMEs and women-led, youth-led businesses? Over to you.
Thank you very much for that question. Let me just, lay out how we're engaging with the standard conversation. The AfrEximbank is mandated to facilitate the continuous expansion of trade in Africa. So we figured out very early on that we have to be part of the standard conversation. Right? So from the involvement with the quality policy to the collaboration with ARSO around the harmonization of standards, around capacity building of bodies involved, institutions, building the institutional framework. But also, we noticed a gap in the institutional, the lay of the land as far as institutions are concerned, and decided to start, AfrEximbank started building the quality assurance centers, the African Quality Assurance Centers. That's what you call ACACs for short. We've built one in Ogun State that's fully operational. We have 2 under construction in Nigeria. And as part of the intervention to also facilitate trade, we're building industrial parks and special export zones. The ACACs in Benin and Chad, in Benin and Gabon, are within the industrial parks, while the one in Chad is in the special export zone. And this is important because all the tenants are not only going to be having access to the testing labs, but all the SMEs in that value chain, be it suppliers or distributors of the goods that are produced, have access and therefore can get testing services. But beyond that, we also have a very detailed financing program for SMEs. And it is not, it's segment agnostic. So we don't have this program for quality, this program for agri, this program for education. We have a specialized SME team within AfCFTA, which engages particularly through almost all the licensed financial institutions in the continent. We provide guarantees, we provide on-lending facilities to them, and in some instances where the situation allows it, we lend directly to particularly the medium and the medium-sized enterprises directly. The lending is from production to sales, covering everything, and if in the course of that there is need to finance their upgrading of facilities or training or capacity, we also do that. Because within the SME engagement, we have capacity building, we have technical assistance programs that we deliver. But beyond all this, we're also very keen, because a lot of times when we talk about trade in Africa, it's easy to overlook the marketplace itself, right? The marketplace itself, on the digital side of it, we've built the ATG, the African Trade Gateway, which deals with all the friction points in trade, from onboarding, it's the MANSA that takes care of KYC, down to settlement. Now, within the ATG, we have onboarded all the ACACs that's been built, and our intention is to make sure that we onboard all the institutions that are involved in the standard assurance. And why this is important for SMEs is that digital trade is probably where we have more opportunity for inclusion in the continent than in digitizing the trade that we do currently. So having testing, certification, everything available within the ATG now means that all the SMEs involved will have access. They need to be just a click away from knowing the lab that is closest to them, because that is the way they will know the service is there, is accessible, and then if they have financing needs, within the ATG you have financing institutions, financial institutions that can provide the lending. Now, the physical marketplace, I will say 2 of them are very relevant to the conversation we're having today. We have the Creative African Nexus, that's CANEX, and there will be CANEX Week this year in Lagos in November. The standard conversations are going to continue there. It is important because that is the marketplace for creatives in the continent. Now, there is also going to be the IATF next year in Nigeria. It's between the 5th and 11th of November. And there, the conversation around and standards will also continue. So everybody needs to be there. At the last IATF in Algeria, I think total deals closed was about nearly 50 billion. We had up to maybe 50 countries that participated. So ARSO was there. We expect ARSO to be there in Lagos. So everybody is invited there so that we can continue this conversation. But just the last thing to leave is that because we are not operationally set up to engage small businesses directly, the way we are financing through the provision of guarantees to de-risk or to provide unfunded and funded risk participation through direct lending is through financial institutions. We do that because the financial institutions are the closest entities to the SMEs. However, any other parties, partners like ARSO, any other parties that are able to aggregate SMEs and need an intervention that involves capacity building, involves financing, we are willing to listen to that to the extent that these propositions are bankable and they are scalable. Because we are keen to see that we intervene maybe across 100 SMEs and we see a path to taking what we've learned and then cascade or spread it across like maybe 1 million or 2 million SMEs in the continent.
Thank you very much. Chidi Afrexim Bank, they are willing. So if you are ready, they are willing. I think that's the best thing we have had. So we will be coming with those concepts. And finally, I want to come to Professor Elastas Gatebe. As a host of the 32nd ARSO General Assembly, how is Kenya translating the African Quality Policy and the AfCFTA TBT Annex 6 into a coherent national quality infrastructure strategy, and which institutional arrangements have proved most effective in aligning regulators, the NSB, the accreditation services, and the private sector?
Thank you. Thank you, the session chair. Thank you, colleagues, and good morning. Before I move to the questions, let me take this opportunity also to welcome our delegates to this beautiful country, as well as the city of Mombasa. And I also want to thank the World Bank team for putting such a good report. I think it has shown the importance of standard in development of trade and investment, as well as matters industrialization. To your question, Chair, I want to say that as a country, we, and as a host, we are also the host of the ARSO HQ, and I want to say that Kenya is giving practical effect to the objective of African quality policy, as well as the AfCFTA framework, and more so on technical barriers to trade, with a lot of support, which basically is to promote infrastructures that support consumer protection, industrialization, as well as intra-African trade, because this is the essence of these infrastructures. And our framework is basically based on 5 core areas, and that is the standardization, the methodology, conformity assessment, accreditation, and of course market surveillance, which is very key to knowing what is into the market. These functions, of course, are supported by law and regulations, and we have the Standard Act, we have the Weight and Measures Act, we also have the National Trade and Industrial Policies, and Kenya alignment with the WTO, technical barriers to trade, and regional frameworks, of course, including the EAC and the AfCFTA. In terms of policy, let me say, as a country, we're also reviewing our national policies, especially the National Industrialization Policy, to align to these new realities. You have seen from the World Bank report that most businesses, trade, investment, industrializations are now being driven by the quality infrastructures, from 15% in 1990s to currently around 90 as per the year 2025 report. Institutionally, where the share is the DG, the institutions that serve as the central operational. It's the one that coordinates all these matters, and it leads in standard development and testing, certifications, inspections, scientific and industrial metrology. So if you look at all these, from the enablers to the institutions, in terms of private sector, which is key to the driving of this area, the country has a robust system where the private sector, the SMEs, the academia sit in the technical committees to develop standards. And that is where the ownerships comes in. Because once they sit, they agree, and they also align to the best practices. And this helps ensure the standard responds to the interest and market access requirement. And we normally don't have a lot of challenges in terms of adoption, because the users are part and parcel of the development of these standards. One of the most effective features of our model is the operational link between standards, development, testing, certification, metrology inspection, and market surveillance. And it helps the country to be able to know from where the product is coming, the implementation of standards, as well as the impact into the market. And as a system, it helps market surveillance finding. Even what is coming through the borders, we are able to see what is there, what is not there, and the quality. Remember, the essence of this engagement is to have seamless border in terms of quality, certification, assessment, because as it was said earlier, we need one certificate to apply in all the countries. So for that to happen, we have to have an integral part of this system. Share the key lessons that we can learn from the host is that a national quality infrastructure works best when there is strategic coherence, ensuring that the different quality infrastructures functions work together, exchange information, and respond effectively to the needs of industry, regulators, consumers, and exporters. Share, if we can have such a system, which we are implementing as a country, is when we'll be able to say that quality infrastructures are driving business, trade, investment, and of course industrialization, creating jobs, as was mentioned by my colleague from Rwanda, that through implementation of these kind of quality infrastructures, you can create many jobs, you can be able to create markets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Gatebe, for that. Yes, we have to have policies that support the quality infrastructure. I get back to my audience. I'll give you an opportunity to ask 2 questions. You can lift your hand up. You can ask a question. You can have a comment on what has been presented. You can make a comment on the World Development Report. Yes, there's one hand there. The next one. There's another hand. Let's have a third one, the last. We don't have. So, go on.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for very efficient chaperoning of this process, and thank you to the presenters. My very humble question is to Mr. Chidi. In your presentation, I heard you speak very eloquently about programs in West Africa. You mentioned Benin, you mentioned Nigeria, even the events that are planned. You mentioned Lagos. I don't know what programs you have for the rest of the continent in terms of creating export capacity in East Africa, in Central Africa, in Southern Africa for our SMEs. And Madam Moderator, if you would allow me to indulge you, I had actually intended to pose this question earlier on to Senor Mojica. If you allow me, I could do that. The paradox of participation by developing country experts in the standards making process is rather complex. I've had the opportunity of being a vice chair of the International Telecommunications Union Telecommunications Standardization Advisory Group, responsible for a committee on bridging the standardization gap. I know technical standards in the digital and ICT arena are coordinated by the ITU, but increasingly, Mr. Muhika, the participation of developing countries, particularly African experts, has dwindled over the years. Even the volume of fellowships in terms of financial facilitation from the ITU to support those experts to participate has gone down. I know that is the mandate of the ITU, but as the global standards development body responsible for all forms of standards, what is it that ISO is doing in terms of working with entities like the ITU and the Universal Postal Union to coordinate the participation of African experts in the development of ICT and digital standards? Even though throughout the morning I've heard about standards about goods, but the softer standards in the technical sense, in information and communications technology, financial services, insurance, and so on and so forth, are so critical to trade facilitation. I thank you, Madam Moderator, and I apologize for taking a little longer because I thought that is extremely important to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very critical questions. They will be answered. There was another hand.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je souhaiterais dire toute ma satisfaction à Madame la modératrice et saluer les panélistes. Alors, pour que je sois bien compris, je suis le docteur Mohamed Nazif El Hadj Alassane Moutawakil, directeur général de l'Agence de normalisation de métrologie et de contrôle qualité du Bénin. Donc, c'est à juste titre que je m'intéresse à la finalité des normes. J'ai cru entendre qu'au niveau de AfCFTA, elle n'intervient pas directement au niveau des PME. Alors, si elle n'intervient pas directement, par quel mécanisme cette banque pourrait accompagner les organismes nationaux de normalisation afin que ces derniers puissent, dans leur rôle régalien, aider les PME à se mettre aux normes? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. That question is directed to Flexing Bank. Maybe you can start from there.
So let me start with the last one. And I think the translation hooked up late, but if I got everything, you're asking what specific thing, okay, that you were not satisfied with my mention of SMEs, I didn't mention them enough, and you wanted to see if we can then collaborate with the national standard bodies to help the SMEs. Is that a good summary of the question? Okay, yes. Like I said, we are not set up operationally to work with the SMEs directly because it's a development financial institution, small in size, but we do big things, right? And even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to engage like maybe 60 million SMEs in the continent. So we work directly with financial institutions in all the countries. As far as lending money to them, whether it's for production, distribution, whether it is for storage, whether it is for enhancing their, for making the journey towards compliance with standards. So we do all that. Are we able to work with the national standard bodies? Absolutely yes. And that's why I said we want partners who can show us the SMEs they've aggregated, the plans they have for these SMEs, how it can be done, and we will be able to jointly assess that, yes, this is bankable, not just bankable in terms of it must be money that we lend to you, but that if we intervene, we see it is scalable, so that, yes, we may use 50, 100 as a use case, but that whatever we learn, whatever we put into this is going to help us to scale and socialize the learnings to 1 million, 2 million SMEs. So yes, we do that. The second question, I think, came from, yes, and It's about programs, right? I think we are almost involved in all the programs in this continent, whether we are the conveners or we have, or we are invited. But specifically, the two I mentioned are CANEX. CANEX is Creative African Nexus, which is focused on creatives, a sector that AfCFTA has been very, very invested in for a number of years now. There is a CANEX event in Lagos, and it is Pan-African, it's not Nigeria. It is for everybody in the continent, right? And I was saying, in fact, the CANEX team is pretty much hand in hand with ARSO as far as they work on the, the harmonization of standards in that sector, is concerned, from leather to gastronomy to fashion, broadly, they are involved. So everybody who is here, who wants to be part of the creative industry standards conversation should be in Lagos. That's the point I was making. The IATF is also Pan-African. So every 2 years, 2 years ago, it was in 2025, sorry, it was in Algeria. And almost all the African countries were there. The next one is going to be in Lagos. It's Pan-African, it's everybody. We attend regional, REC conferences, whether it's ECOWAS, SADC, COMESA, we attend all of them. So I don't know if that's addressed the issue, but the point I'm making is when we convene these, we convene our own programs, it's Pan-African usually. When we are invited, whether it is for RECs or for countries, investment promotion, we also do attend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a mic to Sergio to respond to the question.
Thank you, Esther, and thank you for that question. Let me start by saying that we work with many partners, but our core partner organizations are precisely the ITU and the IEC. Working together, we form what we call the WSC, the World Standard Cooperation. And with that, we identify areas where we can coordinate our technical activities, and to a certain extent, also capacity building activities, but this is quite complex because we have different structures, especially at the level of governance and in the level of the ITU, even our membership base is different. So when it comes to supporting experts from Africa to participate in international technical activities, the key principle was captured by the report precisely. It's not a problem of access, it's a problem of capacity. In terms of access, we have all the rules where everyone in this room, every ISO member, regardless of what region they're coming from, they can participate in international technical committees. The only thing you need to do is to say, I want to, and say, I'm going to be a P member of this committee. But the real magic happens not at the international level, but at the national level, because when you register your interest as a P member, you need to put together a national mirror committees. And the engagement with experts and with the different stakeholders happens at the national level, and then one representative goes to the International Technical Committee and brings the voice of the country, of the entire country, into that international TC. But we know that it's a long journey to get there. That's why we have the Action Plan for Developing Countries, and we have a sponsorship program where we can support every developing country for up to 5 participation in technical committees. We know there is a lot more to do, but there is a very specific set of tools that we have put in place so we can increase the participation from Africa. I think we are doing a good progress, but a lot more to do.
Thank you very much. There's still more to be done. We still have a few minutes, and I still want some more questions. You can ask, even the previous panel, you can ask the World Bank from the presentation that was made. Let's first have SG.
Thank you, Esther. It is an inspiring session. I would like to tease my brother, Prof. Erastus. We sit together so many times in the ministerial meetings, and there are so many decisions. We were together in Abidjan, where there is a decision of capacity building for SMEs to help them to get ARSO quality mark. And the topics of over this whole week was one certificate working for you. But looking to other decisions that Prof, that have been also made ministers and head of state, which are not implemented. What do you think should we do? Yeah, because next time when we meet, what you gonna respond to today, I will say, you said we should do this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Professor.
Thank you, SG. Thank you for that. I think the meeting he's mentioning is the summit in Abidjan last month, and I think some of the resolutions were how do we make this effective. Let me say this, and we can borrow a leaf from our colleague from Luanda. Without political support, I think most of the decisions may not work. As a country, we are also lucky we have that political support. So my clarion call, and it was actually the minister from Uganda in charge of industry trade, was very emphatic. There are two things that we must look at this, because these decisions keep on going back and forth. One of them, he said, is that we must remove barriers from immigration. And that one is a political goodwill, because for us, especially who are not from ECOWAS, you need a visa to go to Abidjan, and you want to do trade. It takes long. Actually, for some of the delegates, I think it took a week before they could get a visa, and they are there. So the day they were coming back, that's when they got a visa. So those are the things. So what is more important for the continent is, one, political goodwill. Two, we must be able to harmonize our standards. I think we must move out of our local thinking to intra-Africa thinking. That way, I can assure you, if we, all the members represented here, pass the same message to our political leadership, that for us to succeed, we need their goodwill. Finally, I think it's high time we harmonize our national quality infrastructures with the AfCFTA policy. If we do that, I think we'll be home and dry. Thank you, SG, for that.
Thank you, Professor. I also have a question to Dr. Jean of the World Bank. I'm looking for your attention. So I want you to tell us, from the report that you presented, it gives us very strong proposition that standards can be a springboard for development, but can also become a straitjacket if ambition lands ahead of capacity. So of all the messages that you presented in your report, which 2 or 3 do you consider most consequential for African countries seeking to use standards to drive industrialization, trade, and sustainable development? And if you were to come back 5 years from now, what would success look like?
So thank you so much for the question. So I would go back to the point of our colleague from Rwanda. I think there's a lot of promise in this maturity model. And you know, we talk a lot about trade and barriers to trade, and that's important. But also, I think we want to build domestic capacity, and we need to work about for the quality of grading domestically. And so I think the maturity model is one potential solution to that, where the SME sector at large, starts to get into this path of quality upgrading. Now, for a lot of these firms, meeting the international standard is way too complicated. Even meeting maybe the S mark or the or the national mark might be complicated. And so the question is, how do we make sure that we start off, these firms into this path, right? Because maybe the objective is the international mark, meeting the international standard to open markets, but how do we make it so that there are intermediate steps that can be achieved? And for that, of course, there's costs to compliance, but the firm needs to understand what are the incentives to do that, right? And so it's not only working on the supply side, but also working on the demand, right? What are the requirements that potential buyers need, and how do we make sure that firms can comply with these, right? And so what success would look like, say 5 years from now, is really a change in quality infrastructure where it's not only publicly led, but actually the private sector wants to step in because there's enough demand in the system for certification, even if it's partial certification. Banks are willing to lend because businesses have plans to certify and have access to markets, and so they're willing to help out or lend for the upgrading, the quality upgrading, and so again, it's an economy where quality infrastructure is more private-led, and there's more certification in the system, and ultimately there's more quality and more safety for the benefit of the population. So
we will come back 5 years from now and check whether that is what you'll find. I want to give my panelists one sentence each. What is your final thoughts about the World Bank report? In just one sentence, starting from.
À l'ONUDI, nous avons beaucoup apprécié ce rapport de la Banque mondiale qui a mis la lumière sur l'importance de l'infrastructure qualité, notamment au niveau de l'Afrique. L'Afrique est très faible, mais il y a des efforts qui sont en cours, notamment au niveau de l'Union africaine, à travers PACI, l'Union africaine, et des efforts sont faits aussi au niveau des communautés économiques régionales. Et donc, je crois que c'est une lumière, c'est une photographie qui a été faite, et de cette photographie, les régions, le continent, a la direction à suivre pour continuer à travailler sur le renforcement de l'infrastructure qualité en Afrique et surtout renforcer ce programme d'appui aux PME en matière de qualité. Merci.
Thank you very much. We have the technical expertise, but we still need to do more.
Okay, thank you very much. We've always thought of standards as that, the single African passport for goods and services to move around the continent, for our integration to happen. But there is an aspect of the World Bank report that really made it personal. I think there's somewhere, and I hope I'm quoting you rightly, it said something about roughly maybe 60% or 6 out of 10 deaths may be prevented if we have the highest levels of standard across the medical service value chain. And it made it personal in the sense that it means that everybody here in this room is somehow involved in this. And if you don't get involved enough, you can actually just become a number. Because this is about us, then about goods and about services. So it made it personal for me, and that adds to the commitment that the institution I work for has shown over the years, building policy, building the testing centers, collaborating with ARSO, building capacity, and we just have to continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor?
Thank you, Chair and Moderator. My parting shot for this session is we must, as a continent, ultimately become or use quality as an enabler of AfCFTA, not a barrier to intra-African trade. More so, our corrective goal should be built on African quality infrastructure system that is credible, harmonized, accessible, and internationally recognized, enabling African products to compete effectively within ourselves and globally. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor. This conversation has taken us from the global evidence in the World Bank report to Africa's voice in shaping standards, to national implementation, industrialization, and finance. The message is very clear. Africa must move from adopting standards to using them as instruments of development, trade, and industrial transformation. We have the foundations: 2,554 harmonized African standards, the ACAP and the Continental quality mark already adopted by 9 countries and another 9 which are on the way. We expect that we'll be launching in the next 1 month. The task is now to turn these instruments into greater trust, lower barriers, and wider market access across our continent. The World Bank report reminds us that standards should be a springboard and not a straitjacket. The African Quality Policy and the AfCFTA provide a framework. What we need now is the institutional capacity, the investment and political commitment to close the gap between the adoption and the implementation. As the report reminds us, standards are the baton passed from laboratory to the factory to the regulator and the border. Let us ensure that across Africa, that baton moves faster and further. Thank you very much, Dr. Jean, and the World Bank, our distinguished panelists, the first panel and the second panel, and all the delegates for this important exchange. Let us carry the conversation from Mombasa into across Africa. Thank you so much. I will welcome the first panel. We come and take a photo, and then we can conclude.
Thank you, Director General, Kenya Bureau of Standards. A round of applause, distinguished participants and delegates, for an amazing conversation. A round of applause, kindly. Thank you. As we take the group photo of the distinguished panelists of this morning session, the African Organization for Standardization has a token of appreciation for the panelists. Thank you. And just before you leave the stage, I'd like to call on stage ARSO President and ARSO Secretary General to give our participants, the panelists, a token of appreciation. And we will begin with Xavier Jean from World Bank. Xavier Jean, if you could come forward to receive the token. So allow us to start over again. So we will begin with Sergio Mujica, Secretary General from ISO. If we could go to the center for the sake of photography. Thank you for your insights and for participating in the morning session. Next, Xavier Jean, Director, World Bank. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Aka Kausim from UNIDO. Aka, please. Thank you. Next, Madam Esther Ngari, Director General, and who is the moderator of the session, Kenya Bureau of Standards. Next, we will have Emmanuel Iri Zerwa. Emmanuel, Dan, if we could have the trophy as well for the plaque. Next is Chidi Ileka, Senior Advisor, Africa Continental. Thank you. Last but not least, Professor Erastus Gatebe, Industrialization Secretary, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Kindly give to SecGen. Next, we have Sandra Uwera, ITC, Africa Regional Director for the Nairobi office. Sandra, let's have a... Yes, to save on time, we'll just have this one, and then, yes, for the photo ops. Thank you. Lisa, let's take that photo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Another round of applause. One last group photo as they leave on stage. Thank you. We can look at the center. And we can say one certificate. One certificate, indeed, working for the continent and for you. Thank you very much, distinguished participants. That wraps up the morning session, moderated by Director General, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Madam Esther Ngari. A few points to note before we now come in for the official opening ceremony. Remember, we are required to be seated back at exactly 10:15, and we hope to keep time. So just a few housekeeping. If you do not consent for your photo to be taken, because as you can see, we will be streaming this official opening ceremony live on our social media pages and also on the National Broadcasting Corporation here in Kenya, that's KBC. So that will be live, and if you would not consent to that, we have a session at the back corner. There will be an usher there where if you don't consent for your photos, for the sake of data protection, you can have a seat there. The other thing to note is that tea will be served on this side, on my right, that is your left. Then you go up, you'll see the tea serving points where you can have a biting, and then we get back here. And with that, distinguished participants, thank you for making time, and see you shortly. Asanteni sana.
Only within the country where they're manufactured, but in other areas, in other countries where there is demand. So any effort to reduce technical barriers to trade opens up markets for the locally manufactured products. And this is the spirit of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area that is being driven by Africa in the region by ensuring that harmonized standards can be used in certifying products that are produced in the country, and that these products can be able to access regional markets. as well as global market.
What connects a product made in Cairo to a market in Nairobi and even to a consumer in Cape Town? Trust, quality, standards, the invisible force powering Africa's growth. This August, the people shaping that future gather in one place, where Africa's future takes shape.
We don't just harmonize the standard, we harmonize the standard looking at the trading patterns that we have at the continental level. The submitted tariff lines under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area have now been covered at the level of 28%. 28%. We know that we have 72% to go that we provide harmonized standard to realize the needs and our motto of one certificate, one standard, one test, one certificate accepted everywhere. Looking at how far we have gone on the standard, we should also link it to the implementation of those standards. Because one thing is to have the standards, yes, but if the standards are not implemented,
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. We can all have our seats. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Honorable Lee Kenyanjui, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kabetse Bosile, President of the Africa Organization for Standardization, Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa, Chairman of the National Standards Council, Saijo Muhika, Secretary General, International Organization for Standardization, and Dr. Hamujin Sengemana, Secretary General, Africa Organization for Standardization, Madam Esther Ngari, the Director General for the Kenya Bureau of Standards, distinguished heads of delegations, delegates, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You have been welcomed to this week-long continental gathering that has brought together ministers, national standard bodies, regional economic communities, industry leaders, development partners, certified bodies, and technical experts under the theme, and I quote, Excellency, sir, standards enabling intra-Africa trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area, where this week, sir, we are seeing one certificate working for all. At this juncture, sir, to set the mood, I will call upon a choreographed music and dance by a dance group called Pride in Motion, Your Excellency, sir, that has a song that speaks and says, on Mali inasonga bila border. The song, Your Excellency, is in 3 languages, that is English, Swahili, and French. Enjoy yourself, Your Excellency.
Attention, please. The show starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. ARSO, one certificate working for you.
That is all you need, no doubt in quality. Malina songa bila boda, Malina songa bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. Malina songa bila boda, Malina songa bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. Songa, 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 songa. Because you got it on the street, Afrika tunasonga vizuri, ARSO wanafanya bidii kuhakikisha kwamba Mali inasonga, wa corona bonda, kuna kuporwa, kuna kugongwa, kila unaenda bidhaa ziko proper, kila unaenda bidhaa ziko proper. Mali inasonga bila boda, Mali inasonga bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. Mali inasonga bila boda, Mali inasonga bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. Songa, 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 songa. Border to border, border to border, border to Ghana, border to border, border to border, Congo, border to border, border to border. Mali inasonga bila boda, Mali inasonga bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. Des coups de fouet, des produits, des qualités, des lits, des produits, des produits. Des coups de fouet, des produits, des qualités, des lits, des produits, des produits. Des coups de fouet, des produits, des qualités, des lits, des produits, des produits. Des coups de fouet, des produits, des qualités, des lits, des produits.
ARSO, one certificate working for you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate them as they leave the stage once again. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me to acknowledge the entry and presence of His Excellency, the Governor of the County of Mombasa, Honorable Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir. Your Excellency, at this juncture now, I will welcome Madam Esther Ngare, the Director General of KEBS, that's the Kenya National Bureau of Standards, for her welcoming remarks. Makofi kwake.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Let me stand on the protocols which have already been observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, it's a great honor to welcome you to the 32nd ARSO General Assembly here in Mombasa. We are very honored to host this gathering at a time when Africa's standards community is being called upon to do something much greater than develop technical specifications. We are here called upon to build trust at the continental scale, and that is what brings me to the heart of our theme. Standards enabling intra-African trade under the AfCFTA, one certificate working for you. Distinguished delegates, a certificate at its simplest is a piece of paper, or increasingly it has become digital. But its true value is not in that paper. Its value is in the trust that it carries. When a manufacturer presents a certificate, they are saying, I met the requirements. When a regulator accepts the certificate, they are saying, I trust the system that produced it. And when a buyer relies upon it, they are saying, I trust the product I am about to purchase. And that is the invisible chain behind every successful transaction. So standards build the chain, conformity assessment strengthens that chain, and accreditation gives it the credibility. Mutual confidence allows it to travel. Our challenge is therefore not simply to produce more standards or more certificates, it is to make that trust portable. A product should not lose the credibility it has earned simply because it has closed the border. And a competent laboratory should not have to start from zero every time its results close into another jurisdiction. A manufacturer should not have to repeatedly prove the same conformity to different authorities when the technical basis of that conformity is already trusted. And when we achieve this, the certificate stops being a document, it becomes the passport for trade. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to promise that we will have one certificate working for you. And as national standards bodies, who are the majority in this room, we occupy a very unique position. We stand between the producer and the consumer, between innovation and regulation, between national markets and international commerce. That position carries profound responsibility. We must protect that without creating burdens. We must uphold quality without creating needless barriers. We must facilitate innovation without compromising on the quality. And we must build systems that are rigorous enough to command confidence, yet responsive enough to serve rapidly changing economy. This requires us to continually ask ourselves the difficult question, but very necessary. Are our systems making it easier for a good to prove that it is good? If yes, then standards are doing their job. But if no, we must have the courage to change and to improve. And this is where our responsibility becomes real. So for African standards community, this is our moment. Our political leaders are creating the policy space. Our trade agreements are opening new opportunities And our responsibility is to build the confidence and technical systems that allow African businesses to seize them. So to our colleagues across Africa and to our international partners, I would like to say that Kenya has not seen standardization as a national, does not see standardization as a national endeavor. We see it as a shared African responsibility. No single national standards body can build the quality architecture that our continent requires. Our strength lies when we can do together, sharing expertise, strengthening our institutions, developing common solutions, and learning from one another. That is why we are here this week. Let me say that a border may separate two countries, but it should not separate two systems of trust. When compliance is recognized, quality is trusted, and unnecessary duplication falls away. Standardization moves beyond supporting trade, it enables trade. Let us make our theme a lived reality. One standard, one test, one certificate, working for Africa. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Your Excellency, I will now call upon the Secretary General of ARSO, that is Hamojin Sengemana, for his remarks. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, allow me to stand on all protocol observed. The 400 plus delegates you see here, they did not come today. Yeah, we have been working and also enjoying Mombasa governor. I want just to mention 3 key issues that our council deliberated on. The first issue is looking at how we take standardization bodies as enablers for trade. Our council has reiterated that we cannot trade if we don't have products to trade on. And now the main focus will be also helping the industry to get product to trade on. That was one of our key resolutions in the council that is composed by 12 member countries. The second resolution is to produce a standard that are working for our continent under the AfCFTA. Our guiding principle are the tariff lines. The tariff lines submitted to the AfCFTA. I am happy, Your Excellency, that our council approved a 214 harmonized standard. They deserve an applause, those experts who developed these standards. We are now covering 28% of the AfCFTA tariff line. And we also understand that to reach the 72% remaining, we require finance and investment. We are happy that you are here, and we are happy that you reach where we cannot reach. The government should put in the funding to the Bureau of Standard, then we can deliver what our industries need. The last point was on the theme of today, theme of this whole week, one certificate working for you. Your Excellency, I am happy to announce that we have more than 350 products that are now certified ARSO quality mark. And they are traceable. They are traceable. You can check on the website of ARSO. You will see products certified in 9 countries that we are happy you will be launching officially the ARSO quality mark today. We have more than 200 SMEs. And Your Excellency, sometimes I am asked if this is only for the SMEs. Among the industries that have been certified, there is the sugar refinery industry of Dangote in Nigeria. It's not about the small industries. The one standard can work for us. Thank you very much, and I take this opportunity lastly to thank the government of Kenya for hosting us. It was a very short notice, but due to your honoring of the accord signed, you managed to host this event that should have happened in Uganda. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, now I will call upon the Secretary General for ISO, that's Mr. Sergio Mujica, to also put across his remark as we carry on with the protocol.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, honorable guests, dear colleagues and friends, let me start by thanking the government of Kenya, and especially the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and very especially the Managing Director, Esther, for your warm hospitality that is making us feel at home, and also for an extraordinary and very professional organization of this event with such a short notice, as was mentioned by Hermogen. I feel very reassured and very excited also to know that the ARSO General Assembly will be hosted here in Kenya in the year 2028. Thank you for that. So ISO was created exactly 80 years ago, right after World War II, because it was very clear that if we wanted to rebuild the world, we needed international standards. It was understood, and this is our mandate, that with international standards, we can support economic and social development. And now it's not only us saying that, it's also the World Bank, through the World Development Report that says with all clarity, standards are the hidden foundation for prosperity. Colleagues, this is our privilege. This is our collective responsibility. Through our work, through our standards, we can improve the quality of life of people. How does it work? ISO is a global community composed of 175 members, 70% of them from developing countries. So when we talk about capacity building, we take it very seriously, because capacity building is not about charity, it's about enablement, it's about efficiency, it's about effectiveness. ISO cannot be a global community without all our members with the capacity to do their job at the national and international level. Second element is expert knowledge, but not knowledge enough. That's the easy part in a way. It's the core values we follow, because we create our standard working by consensus in a fully inclusive and transparent manner, and also enabling the participation from developing countries. And number three is the capacity of our standards to be used everywhere. Imagine that best practice can be implemented in Germany, in Kenya, in an LDC, in Africa, in America, everywhere. That is what really creates this universal language, or this passport I mentioned by Hermogen, to have real, inclusive international trade. ARSO. ARSO is not only a friend, it's a strategic partner. We share almost all your 44 members are also members of ISO, and we have the same vision, we have the same values. And we have a long-standing collaboration going on, focused on capacity building for many years, and we have the leaders for the capacity building committee, the Director General of Senegal Bureau of Standards here. Now we have moved together to the next phase, to the next level. With the signature of the Kigali Agreement on the 9th of October last year, it's very recent, we created the capacity to mutually recognize our standards, formally adopt our standards, but more importantly, to co-create those standards by aligning our processes to ensure that whatever we do, we land in the same place with one standard that is harmonized and works not only for Africa, but for the whole world. I think this is going to be really impactful. We will be able to achieve a higher level of harmonizations as requested by the Secretariat of the AfCFTA. We will be able to increase the participation from African experts in international standardization, and we will also be able to provide further support in the implementation of the standard, because our job does not finish when we publish the standard. That is just the beginning. The real work now is to ensure that everyone will have the capacity to implement those standards in real life. I think we can be very proud of the progress we have made, but this is just the beginning. The Kigali Agreement was an important moment, as I have defined one of the main milestones in my tenure as Secretary General of ARSO. But for the Kigali Agreement to create the impact that we expect, we need to put it to work in practice. We need to develop the annexes, and we need to start with the pilots that we will produce the level of impact and the change that we expect. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated, Your Excellency. You will now hear from the President of ARSO, who is Kebabetse Botsile. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Let me stand on the same protocol. On behalf of the ARSO fraternity and stakeholders, it is a great honor to welcome you, all our esteemed delegates, to the Republic of Kenya, the coastal city of Mombasa, Kenya, to the 32nd Arso General Assembly events dubbed the ARSO Week 2026 and hosted by the government of the Republic of Kenya through the Kenya Bureau of Standards. You are welcome. We express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Kenya for the acceptance to host this 32nd General Assembly within the shortest period of notice, and for the dedication of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Prof. Kithure Kindiki, as the chief guest of honor to the events, and accompanied by senior government officials like H.E. Abdul Samad Sharif Nasser, Mombasa Governor of the County Government of Mombasa, and His Excellency Won Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. We thank you so much. This underlines not only the importance the Kenya government accords standardization as an instrument for sustainable development, but how the government recognizes the role of ARSO in promoting standardization activities in Africa and responsibility of hosting ARSO by the government on a diplomatic status. For this, the ARSO fraternity remains appreciative. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished delegates, it is also not lost on us that were it not for the outbreak of Ebola in the DR Congo, the General Assembly events could have been held in Kampala, Uganda, at the Spege Resort, Munyonyo, Kampala, the celebrations of the ARSO Week 2026, under the theme Standards Enabling Intra-Africa Trade under the AfCFTA, one certificate working for you. We should not forget that Africa under the Agenda 2063 and the AfCFTA, and within the support of the international community, is well poised to achieve its transformation agenda with African leaders at the highest echelons, having over the last 5 decades spearheading this determination through policy and summit decisions that have produced visions and strategic frameworks on every facet of the fulfillment of the African Renaissance. The latest of this Agenda 2063, with one of its key flagship projects, AfCFTA, which has charted a bold trajectory spanning the next 50 years for Africa's sustainable development. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, the AfCFTA provides a members-driven roadmap for achieving sustainable and inclusive development and accelerating trade competitiveness of the African firms, investment and industrialization with a focus to create a single continental market for goods and services and free movement of business, persons and investments, as the AfCFTA addresses three major categories of obstacles, which has affected African economies for a long time, namely weak productive capacities and limited economic diversification, tariff-related costs associated with slow implementation, high non-tariff barriers-related costs that hamper the competitiveness of firms. In this context, ladies and gentlemen, the ARSO programs and activities are being implemented within the Strategic Plan 2022-2027, with key outcomes focused on how standards and the conformity assessment systems can promote the intra-African trade and implementation of AfCFTA agreement, and based on the TBT Annex 6 and SPS Annex 7, which are focused on strengthening quality infrastructure in Africa, increasing harmonization in implementation of African standards, strengthening the conformity assessment facilitation of quality culture in Africa and partnerships. May I underscore the fact that the 32nd Arso General Assembly events with a focus on one certification are therefore aligned to the goals of the African Union, formerly AU, under the 1980 Lagos Plan of Action. Ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy President, I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency. For the second part of the program, I will invite Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa, the Chair of the NSC, to carry up the second bit of the protocol as well as program. Karibu. A round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, kindly, Your Excellency, allow me to ride on the established protocols. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and on behalf of the National Standards Council that I warmly welcome you to Kenya, and more particularly to the beautiful and vibrant city of Mombasa. To all our brothers and sisters from across Africa and beyond, Karibuni Kenya, Karibuni Mombasa, we are truly honored to host you. This assembly comes at an important moment of our continent. Africa is seeking to trade more with itself, create more opportunities for its people, and build industries that can compete confidently in the global marketplace. And in this journey, standards are not simply technical documents, they are the common language of trust. The theme of this assembly, Standards Enabling Intra-Africa Trade, one certificate working for you, therefore speaks directly to the Africa we want to build. When a product meets the required standard in one African country, a producer should not have to start the same process all over again, simply because that product crosses another African border. One test, one certification, one trusted system, opening doors across our continent. This is the promise of the One Certificate vision. As the National Standards Council, we remain committed to providing strategic oversight to KEBS and supporting efforts to strengthen Kenya's quality infrastructure, to align our standards with the regional and international benchmarks and advance mutual recognition across Africa. There is an African saying that wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can impress it. This assembly brings us together some of the finest minds and institutions in our continent's standardization community. Let us use this opportunity to share our experience, challenge one another, and build practical solutions that work for Africa. I commend the DG, the management and staff of KEBS, together with ARSO, Secretariat, and all our partners for the work that has gone into making this assembly possible. I also express our sincere appreciation to the government of Kenya under the leadership of His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto, for its continued support to the standardization and industrialization. Distinguished delegates, as you deliberate over the coming days, let us remember that the ultimate purpose of standards is not standard itself. It is the opportunity that the standards create for a business to grow, for a product to cross a border, and for an industry to compete, for an African consumer to have confidence in what they buy. Let us seize this opportunity to make one certificate not merely an inspiration, but a reality for the African business. Once again, welcome to Kenya, welcome to Mombasa. And Our Excellency the President, he is taking us to Singapore. And I can't finish this speech without quoting Lee Kuan Yew on what he did in Singapore. When you read his book, From Third World to First World, this is what he had to say, that trade, free trade, has a positive correlation with economic development. And we in Kenya, we are moving to Singapore. Now, allow me, Your Excellency, it's my singular pleasure now to invite a friend of mine. We worked together in Parliament. He was my chair of the Public Investment Committee, where I was a ranking member. He was my boss in the committee, but I was his boss on the floor of the House, whereby I was the minority whip, the governor of the great county of Mombasa, His Excellency, Honorable Abdul Somad. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Good morning. Your Excellency, there's a Swahili saying that says, dunia ni mduara. Basically in Swahili means that the world is a circle. And what starts at one point ends up in another point. And as I was seated there, it is true, Chris, he was gave me quite a hard time when I was the chair of the Public Investment Committee. But going backwards, I studied in the same school as yourself. That actually deserves an applause because we went to a very good school. Your Excellency, we served in Parliament together when you were a senior senator and I was a member of Parliament. I served with Chris, and I think the DG, if I'm not mistaken, appeared before me as well when I was the chair of the Public Investments Committee. So if you want some of the files on KEBS, please do let me know, Your Excellency. But the irony of it all, and that's the reason why I'm saying that the world is a circle, dunia ni mduara, is that of all places, we actually met right here in Mombasa, where trade before had no boundaries, where we were receiving dhows coming here, where the sea was able to meet the caravans, and no better place, Ebola or no Ebola, no better place for you to have done this conference than right here in Mombasa, the capital of trade. Your Excellency, about 2 days ago, you hosted us in your house as the governors of Kenya. And in that spirit, one of the agenda items that was there in IBEC, which is basically the forum that brings together the governors together with the national government, chaired by the Deputy President himself. And one of the agendas that was discussed was how we can be able to reduce inter-county boundary trade barriers that are there. And today what we're discussing here is how we can have an element of removing barriers that are there and bring a lot of hindrances. Your Excellency, this goes beyond just KEBS alone. And I think the biggest enemy of Africa is Africa itself. The fact remains today our skies are the least covered with airlines hovering over our airspace because of our own doing. The fact that we have so many restrictions that are there. The fact still remains, Your Excellency, that because we have inter-country barriers that reduce so much that can be done. And I know, maybe I say this as a politician, but this opens up a market for every single African enterprise, from the largest enterprises to the smallest enterprises, to a market of about 1.6 billion people, which is about 19% of the population, if you're able to unlock what the people in this very room, together with their governments, can be able to do. So this is no small achievement, Your Excellency. And it won't be bad for me to actually state it here, that for those questioning, this does not just talk about the Dangotes and all the other large investments, but this is also about the small SMEs, the ones who were in each and every one of our manifesto. Your Excellency, unlocking this gives the hustlers an opportunity to a market of 1.6 billion people just in the continent of Africa alone, and needs to be applauded that Kenya has taken the front line in being able to do what needs to be able to be done. So congratulations to yourselves. Your Excellency, one is on a lighter note, but the other one not on a very lighter note. One, Your Excellency, we're at very, very wild political times. And I think we need to come up with standardizations. If these guys here can be able to come up with standardizing thousands of products, please come up with a way to standardize politicians as well. And I'll say this without fear of contradiction as to why. I mean, you have people vying for similar positions, and one person is talking about an agenda, the other one is talking about insults. So we need to have some level of standardization, so that when we are competing, we know who we are competing with. You cannot talking about how bright the sun is, and then the other argument on the other side is that, no, the sun is not bright, but the water is cold. It's different arguments that are there. And lastly, Your Excellency, this is something that we as Mombasa take very, very seriously. It is a piece of legislation that we have sent to IBEC, and His Excellency has told me to be a bit careful in passing this into law and appending my signature. But it is an unwritten law, but we take this very seriously. For those of you who are in Mombasa, we have one piece of law here. Please make sure you finish all your money here before you go back to your houses. We will accord you the necessary transportation to take you to the airport, and I'm sure once you're back home, your neighbors, friends, and families can be able to pick you and drop you to your offices and homes as well. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and karibu to all of you to Mombasa. Asanteni sana. I believe I'm meant to invite the CS League. Okay. Thank you very much.
Makofi kwa governor wetu. Your Excellency, allow me just to the board of KEBS to stand up so that you are seen by His Excellency the President. Some of them are in 2-term. There are those in 1-term, and they want to go to 2-term, Your Excellency. So please, can you stand up? So these first ones are 2-term and 1-term. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, our Cabinet Secretary is a wonderful man. A humble man who can't even hurt a fly. And KEBS, you are where we are because of him. I don't know how to address him. You know, he's been a governor, so he has the title His Excellency. At the same time, he's a CS. So KEBS, we are where we are because of this wonderful man. May I now take this opportunity to invite His Excellency CS Lee Kinyanjui EGH. Makofi kwake. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Chairman. Allow me, Excellency, to start by thanking you for taking time to be here. Our Deputy President being here is also a significant statement that the government of Kenya takes this matter seriously and that we are ready and willing to be active participants in the conversation around standards. So really, I want to thank you. And once again, because we are here so that we can have standards respected across the continent, I also want to use that paradigm to say, since the protocols have already been established, may I also borrow the same protocols for all of you who are here. So please feel welcome. And again, as the governor has said, we must say that for those of you coming to Mombasa or Kenya for the first time, you are most welcome. I had some of you talk about the weather is good, and I'm wondering whether this is summer or winter. We don't make those distinctions. So around the year, whichever part of the year you want to come, we have good weather, and Mombasa is really the place. In the local language, we normally say Mombasa Raha, whose direct translation is come and enjoy Mombasa. So really thank you, and we couldn't say more about Mombasa. Now, the choice of this venue for ARSO is also significant because Mombasa is gateway, not just to Kenya, but to the region. And one of the biggest issues I have to deal with every now and then are issues to do with ease of trade between Kenya and other African countries. And just for you to appreciate how serious or difficult it is to do trade, first we can agree we have over if you have not conformed is a long story. Many of us know that when you're moving from Netherlands to France, you don't even get to know you have crossed one country to the other. Real conversation around how we can make our trade seamless across the continent, including language, including transport and logistics. But if you're able to address the issue of standards, we'll have done a very serious good to the continent. And I really want to thank the technical teams for the work they have done so far. Most of the people who trade don't know each other. And the only way they can be sure that the product they are buying meets the standards is when our organizations talk together and adopt what has already been agreed here. So really allow me to appreciate and thank the technical teams that have been working and to say that much more lays ahead. You will recall that when big agreements are agreed between nations, between presidents, between the African Union and those levels, the real action starts when the bodies at your level now come together and converge for the work to be done. So we appreciate the work you've done and assure you of our continued support moving forward. Now, just to mention one or two issues, is that one of the biggest problems facing Africa is that our trade, intra-Africa trade, is at 17%, while in other continents, like Europe, you're talking about 70, in the Americas, So at 16, it means the conversation we should be having is really how we can help each other to move out of the poverty bracket that we have put ourselves in. So really, I think before we even go to conquer any other markets, we must deal with the African markets. We have nearly 83, 84% that we can be able to access. And still, Your Excellency, I must say that sometimes we have found African products move to other countries and finally come back to the same continent. And I think that's really an issue that we would want to bring to an end. For the SMEs, I think we have been looking at how SMEs start small, finally grow, beyond the country, into the region, and over. But the first thing that they must be able to get is certification so that they can go beyond their own country. So when SMEs are not given the opportunity to be certified, when their products don't have recognition beyond their immediate market, then their growth is curtailed. And therefore, Your Excellency and delegates herein present, this conversation must also be how we can increase the survival rate of our SMEs, so that they can become the Dangotes of tomorrow. They can be able to conquer not just the African continent, but beyond. And I believe this conversation will help us to create the necessary linkages and poverty alleviation programs that each of our respective countries has been following. The value and respect for every product or standard depends on the integrity of the institutions that carry these particular standards. And therefore, I want to urge, through KEBS, we will ensure that the highest level of integrity, the governance required to ensure that we meet the standards is there. And the same also must be kept at the continental level, so that when there's a product from any part of the continent, it can be able to pass without having to go through second, third, or fourth certification that has been the case in the past. Your Excellency, I don't want to say anything beyond this. I believe you have the message for our great delegates who have come from all over the country, and to assure them that in the future, if they want to host any event, Mombasa is always the place. Correct? And as I said earlier, it is probably our only city where even certain rules of formality are waived. It is probably the only place where a governor can go without a tie, and that is normal. And, we really want to encourage, for those of you coming from many other parts of the country, and maybe you have a list of countries that you must visit with your family, this is one of them. Thank you. And allow me to end by requesting all of us to be upstanding as we invite His Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. A hand of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good afternoon. Bonjour. Minister Lee, I don't know whether the governor of Mombasa had sent you to campaign for him, because he is facing a re-election next year, because you have said so many good things about him. But I want to confirm those things are true for the reasons which the governor said earlier on. Although there are some things he didn't say, and they better leave unsaid. Once again, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to join you here today and to preside over the official opening of the 32nd African Organization for Standardization, ARSO General Assembly. And this assembly taking place here reminds us, as other speakers have said, of how ancient Mombasa is linked to trade, world trade, through the Indian Ocean trade winds, which brought commerce to this part of the world for many centuries. I know the head of ARSO said how the organization was established in 1946. Trade and international trade in Mombasa are more than 10 centuries old, not just 1 or 2 centuries, many, many centuries. From 900 BC, AD onwards, there was trade between the east coast of Africa and other parts of the world. And so this is a good place to have the conversations we are having. And on today's occasion, we hope by the end of this week, Mombasa will be again the cradle for a new era of continental economic sovereignty, because what we are discussing here is about the economic freedom of Africa, which is the remaining frontier of freedom for this continent, having overcome colonialism and other forms of oppression. What remains between us and full freedom is economic freedom, and trade is at the center of catalyzing economic freedom of the continent. This meeting is also about an infrastructure that is not drawn by engineers. Is about an infrastructure that is not built by contractors, an infrastructure that is not captured in photographs, Yet without this infrastructure, any port or road or railway we build risks becoming a bridge to nowhere. That infrastructure is called the standard. It is an invisible infrastructure and it is indispensable. I think the president of ARSO has said about the World Bank report of 2025, which captured this theme properly. And that report is entitled Standards for Development. And the report confirmed what many of you here already know, which is that standards are not just the fine print of trade, they are the foundation stone for trade. Therefore, a container ship needs a port while a port needs a channel. But a product needs a standard before it requires a ship for its transportation. You get the standard wrong, you leave the standard unharmonized, and the finest port in the world, including the port of Mombasa, becomes a warehouse for goods destined to nowhere. The African Continental Free Trade Area, in which context we are harmonizing the African standards, as a huge market, 1.4 billion people, an economy, combined GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars, which is an open door for prosperity and economic sovereignty for Africa. You just need to sell your item to one African and you become a billionaire. And you need to make just a profit of $1 or less to become a dollar billionaire. So this is the door that is open for Africa before even going beyond this continent. Our prosperity is already with us here. The question, therefore, that we are trying to answer this week is whether our goods can walk through this open door, which has been presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area. This huge market, which I have already defined, unfortunately is fragmented into 54 regulatory silos. And in that situation, in that state, it is no longer one market. It is 54 small markets putting on a costume of one large market. A cement bag tested in Nairobi and retested in Lagos. A pharmaceutical product certified in Cairo and again recertified in Accra. A solar panel inspected in Kigali and again re-inspected in Dakar is nothing but wasteful duplication. It is duplication, it is a tax on African enterprise, and this burden of duplicated tax is a burden on the small and medium enterprises that this assembly and this continent is relying on for the takeoff of Africa into wealth and prosperity. This is why, therefore, the theme of this assembly, this General Assembly, is very important. One standard, one test, one certificate, accepted everywhere. 4 phrases, one idea. When a Namibian manufacturer tests a product once, and that certificate opens doors in Kinshasa, in Lusaka, Abidjan, in Maseru, without a second inspection, without a second fee, or without a second delay at the border. That achievement is not just a technical achievement, it is Africa economic sovereignty made real by that one certificate. We can look at the situation here in the East African Community region to see how freedom of trade within this continent will look like. Today, within the East Africa Community region, harmonized standards, mutual recognition of conformity assessment, and a shared quality mark have already begun to do what we are looking for at the continental level, which is that this mutual recognition and conformity assessment, which are common, have made a Kenyan good feel less foreign in Kampala, and a Ugandan good feel less foreign in Nairobi. The EAC, therefore, becomes a working prototype, a proof in practice that when neighbors agree, trade stops asking for permission and starts asking for shelf space. This is precisely where the work of ARSO is going to be most consequential. The lesson from the EAC is clear, that what is possible among immediate neighbors is possible across Africa. The challenge before ARSO is to take this regional proof of concept from the EAC and give it a continental scale to turn the promise of the Continental Free Trade Area into a functioning single market where standards open borders, certificates carry trust, and compliant African products move freely from one market to another. We must therefore applaud the landmark progress which has already been made in this regard by the adoption last year of the ARSO-ISO Enhanced Cooperation Agreement, the Kigali Agreement, which is already a milestone towards the desired objectives. By establishing a structured framework of cooperation between ARSO and the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, the Kigali Agreement strengthens Africa's ability not just to adopt international standards, but to participate actively in shaping those standards. It bridges our regional priorities with global expectations, helping ensure that African standards are increasingly aligned with international benchmarks and that African products can compete with confidence in global markets. Our ambition must ultimately be simple, that once a product has been properly tested, once its conformity has been credibly certified, that assurance should travel with this product and not stop at the border. That is the promise behind the vision of one standard, one test, one certificate, accepted everywhere. In this same spirit of global leadership on matter standards, I am pleased to formally announce that Kenya is honored to be the host of the 2028 ISO annual meeting in Nairobi. We look forward to welcoming the global standardization community to Nairobi and to demonstrate that Africa is not a mere participant in the global quality infrastructure. It is helping to shape the future of that infrastructure. As you deliberate this week, you reflect on the milestones of your strategic plan, the ARSO Strategic Plan 2022 to 2027, as you also lay the blueprint for the 2027-2032 plan. And as you focus on a strategic plan that aligns with Africa's vision, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Quality Policy, I invite this General Assembly to anchor your roadmap around perhaps the following imperatives for action. 1, accelerate harmonization. Prioritize sectors with the highest potential for immediate impact, namely agriculture, value-added agro-processing, pharmaceuticals, and manufactured goods. 2, mutual recognition. Build robust and shakable mutual recognition arrangement among national standard bodies so that testing laboratories in Nairobi, Accra, Cairo, Pretoria, and everywhere else in Africa can speak to one another with one unassailable voice. Number 3, empower MSMEs. Quality infrastructure must not be a luxury reserved for multinational conglomerates. We must make certification affordable, accessible, and achievable for micro, small, and medium enterprises, which form the heartbeat of African employment. Number 4, elevate Made in Africa. Align standardization with our industrial value chains using initiatives like Made in Africa to benchmark authenticity, quality, and sustainability for African products entering global supply chains. Number 5, and finally, eliminate friction. Ensure that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation translates into concrete, measurable reductions in border delays, redundant testing costs, and bureaucratic bottlenecks. Distinguished delegates, in Kenya, as our foundational Vision 2030 development blueprint enters its final phase, we are already looking beyond the year 2030 and shaping a new national development discourse, one that looks towards 2060 and the Kenya we intend to build for future generations. Our ambition is to transform Kenya into a high-income, globally competitive, technologically advanced, and industrialized economy. However, delegates, dignitaries present, the remarkable economic transformation across Asia has shown us that nations do not leapfrog into prosperity by aspiration alone. They do so by building institutions, investing in capability, embracing technology, and above all, establishing a culture of quality, productivity, and excellence. Standards are not simply a measure of quality. They are an instrument of transformation. They are the language through which quality becomes measurable, competitiveness becomes credible, and innovation becomes scalable. That is the Kenya we are preparing to build towards 2060. And that is the Africa we want by 2063. Since Kenya believes unreservedly in a unified destiny of Africa collectively, our commitment to ARSO goes beyond words. It is tangible and enduring, and therefore, I affirm Kenya's commitment to ARSO's permanent home in Nairobi. ARSO has already had its headquarters in Nairobi, but the government of Kenya intends to scale up this partnership. In that regard, I'm pleased to announce that Kenya will make available immediately adequate and appropriate land for the construction of a permanent fit-for-purpose ARSO headquarters, providing the organization with a home commensurate with its continental mandate and growing responsibilities. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is going to be Kenya's investment in the institutional future of African standardization. We view this commitment as Kenya's tangible contribution to strengthening Africa's continental quality infrastructure. We offer ARSO a permanent home from which its vision can flourish, its operations can expand, and its influence can radiate across Africa and the globe. I have already talked to my brothers, Minister Lee Kinyanjui. I already have an idea where the parcel is going to be, and after this meeting, we are going to start the process of formally identifying and handing over that property so that you can put up your headquarters as ARSO. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa will not be dictated by the resources we extract and export in raw form to distant lands. The future of Africa will be built by the value we add on our products, the quality we guarantee, and the markets we open to one another. Let us move from technical committees to trading corridors, from regional discussions to continental integration, and from separate national certificates to one certificate working for Africa. With those remarks, it is now my distinct duty and honor and pleasure to declare the 32nd ARSO General Assembly officially open. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana. Shukran. And welcome in Mombasa. And I endorse what Governor for Mombasa said, except one thing. Don't spend all your money. Just be left with just enough money to get you from your airport of destination to your house. Otherwise, we don't want to have serious cases of stranded delegates on your return. You can spend everything else except the money you need to get from the airport to your house in your destination. Thank you very much. Karibuni, Kenya. And I forgot to bring you greetings from His Excellency President William Ruto. He sent me with a lot of greetings, and you have heard already the commitment he has made on behalf of Kenya on the future of ARSO in terms of providing the permanent home for the organization. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless Africa, and God bless the world.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for those kind remarks. We will now have the official launch. Therefore, I will request that ARSO SG, that's the Secretary General, as well as the KEBS DG, then the Honorable Governor, please also make your way here, as well as the Chairperson for the NSC for this particular launch. So, in account of under the account of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A round of applause, please. A round of applause once again. Thank you very, very much. Then in that case, at the same position, Your Excellency, we will have a quick photo opportunity. So the photos will be as follows. The first photo has the KEBS DG, the Cabinet Secretary, ARSO Secretary General, the ARSO President, as well as ISO Secretary General first. So let me have those individuals, then followed by the NSC, that's National Standards Council. The first photo, please. A round of applause, please, as we have that quick photo opportunity.
If you have the quality, you know where you wanna be. Far west to the east, 130 is all you need. East 130 is all you need. No doubt in quality. Malina songa bila boda, Malina songa bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. Malina songa bila boda, Malina songa bila boda. Songa, 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 songa. inasonga wa corona bonda, kuna kuporwa, kuna kugongwa, kila unaenda bidhaa ziko proper, kila unaenda bidhaa ziko proper. Mali inasonga bila boda, mali inasonga bila boda. Songa 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 songa. Mali inasonga bila boda.
Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Some of you can kindly stand at the back. Your Excellency, please make your way to the front so that we can have some 2 or 3 more rows right behind you. A round of applause. Studio, kindly give me some small music under. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Thank you very much. You may all now take your seats.
You know where you wanna be. Far west to the east, 130 is all you need. East 130 is all you need. No doubt in quality. Mali inasonga bila boda. Mali inasonga bila boda.
The launch of the Mark of Quality. A round of applause. The launch of the Mark of Quality. Your Excellency, that is the ARSO Mark launch that comes key in the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement Annex 6. And there goes the gift once again. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for His Excellency the Deputy President and the delegation that has got on
Afrika tunasonga vizi. ARSO wanafanya bidii kuhakikisha kwamba mali inasonga wa corona bonda.
Another beat that have been called upon to also have a moment with you, Your Excellency. Let's just make it real quick. Let's all flank His Excellency the Deputy President. Some of you can come to this side. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep this running, please.
If you have the quality, you know where you wanna be. Far west to the east, 130 is all you need. East 130 is all you need. No doubt in quality. Mali inasonga bila boda. Mali inasonga bila boda.
Asanteni sana. Let's now all take our seats. We'll now allow His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to leave at his own pleasure. Your Excellency, on this other side of the event, we have a quick exhibition for your liking. So, asanteni sana. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will allow His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to leave at his own pleasure. We will have a quick look around. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as His Excellency the Deputy. Let's all be upstanding kindly as we escort His Excellency the Deputy President outside this forum. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your time here with us. We highly appreciate your presence. Asante sana. Enjoy yourself at the exhibition. Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais. God bless you. Asanteni sana. Tuendeleeni. Thank you.
We all know that there are different issues in regard to accessing different markets. We have different technical challenge in terms of different standards that being applied from different countries. We have also conformity assessment procedures that might be different as well from country to country. We have technical regulations, also inconsistency in implementing those different regulations. This will affect definitely the accessibility to different markets and also make our product more costly and also not able to access the market as we mentioned. So how can we address those different challenges that I've just mentioned? Definitely we will need harmonized standards. These harmonized standards is to provide common set of requirements across the market, but having the standard as well is not enough. We need to have a reliable conformity assessment infrastructure that will help us to attest and give confidence in the product that you are placing on the market. We will also need to have, I think they have not, okay. We also need to have a mutual agreement between countries so that once the product have been tested, inspected, by having those mutual agreements, this will mean that those products will not have to face again those tests and also inspection procedure, which lead to different costs that SMEs will have to face and also limit its accessibility to market. So that's why we need to have harmonized standards and also implement them so that this issue can be reduced and our products get compete on the market. This is now bring us to the role of ARSO in all this. We know that ARSO has a mandate to provide an important continental platform in addressing some of these challenges. The role of ARSO is not only to develop harmonized standards. We need also to facilitate the conformity assessment and mutual recognition. We need to support in building capacity to our member to be able to implement those standards, and also when funds allow, we also support the trade and also competitiveness under the AfCFTA trade, the AfCFTA agreement. So on the right side, you can see now that based on that, we have managed to achieve a number of standards that cover the agriculture sector. In total, we have more than 2,500 standards, but in food agriculture, we have now 693 standards. We have 500 more of those standards in the same sector that are in process, and also under that same spirit, we have already managed to build capacity of more than 1,000 SMEs and also NSBs to be able to implement those standards. We can also forget that with this, we have also embarked in the certification of those products against the African quality mark that has been launched today. With that, we have 359 products already bearing the African quality mark. So I'm happy to say that among the 693 standards, we have standards that cover those different priority sectors that you are seeing on screen: cereals, pulses, horticulture, milk, coffee, edible oils, fishery products, as well as meat products. So now the question is, the question is no longer the availability of standards. Now the question is, do we implement these standards? Have we adopted these standards so that they can facilitate the trade and they can improve the products at our continent. This slide was just to share and to confirm that this evidence, kind of evidence that this is happening. We have the mutual recognition agreement that have been signed between different countries, and we hoping that soon trade will be working now for them because of those MRAs. We have the mutual MOUs for accreditation bodies. This is to support our system, the certification system, so that we can be doing our certification alone without always seeking support abroad, which sometimes also bring more costs to us, to the certification body, as well as to the SMEs. We have different products that have been certified, as I mentioned, more than 300 products that have been certified in different countries. We have, for example, Kigali, Senegal, and Togo. We have Tanzania. We have, I think, Tanzania, also Nigeria. There are products that have been also certified. And we have also a big number of SMEs that are waiting to be certified and are waiting to be facilitated so that their product can be as well certified. So what does the harmonization architecture look like in practice? I will just have to highlight 3 mechanisms that support this mechanism. We have, for the harmonization to have an impact, the stakeholders will need to be able to access the relevant standard and use them as a basis for implementation and also conformity assessment. So we have now our platform for a library that gives access to all the 2,000 standards that you have been mentioning, so that people can be able to view and also start implementation. We have the harmonization procedure that has been digitalized so that all our members can be given opportunities to contribute to the development of standards and also give their input, so that once the standard is approved, member will be able to implement easily because they have put in their effort, also their contribution. We have the Center for Africa Conformity Assessment. This is a database of our experts or expertise that we have at the continent. We have expertise in audit, in certification, in testing laboratories, in auditing, in different areas, expertise that can support the implementation of standards. So wherever you need one of those services, you just need to visit our website to get contact, to get details, so that you get the required services so that our products can be certified. So having looked at the standard conformity assessment, recognition, access to standard, all this, what do we need next? What can be done? First, we are calling upon our members to adopt these standards. We are requesting to strengthen, but this is in a collaboration effort by different partners, to strengthen the testing, certification, and accreditation, in general, the quality infrastructure that will be supporting the implementation of these standards and also attest that our products are really meeting the standards. We need to enable the SMEs through financial, training, awareness, as well as certification. That's why I was saying certification is costly. Sometimes most of our SMEs are not able by themselves to be able to afford the certification services. That's why we are calling here partnership with different interested parties to come in and also give the required support. So all this will not be possible if there's no collaboration of those different stakeholders, so that we can move our products and also improve the quality of those products from Africa. So, as I was saying, all these efforts will be not possible without the collaboration. Today, we are happy to have among us different partners like ITC, TMA, and Impact Her, the micro and small enterprises, and also the Industrial Development Association in Africa, that will help us to understand and give us their insights on how we can work together to move this agenda of harmonization and also capacitating our SMEs to be able to compete to different markets. This will come after in the next session. So in conclusion, allow me to say that first, and we need to always remember that Africa has significant opportunity in terms of agricultural commodity. Second, this AfCFTA has given us the opportunity to have a wider market, but standards alone will not be possible unless they are implemented and also used. Thirdly, and lastly, we need collaboration to have these efforts put in practice. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Madame Lillian Kamanzi. What I found very interesting in the presentation is the fact that for agro-processing, the conversation has gone beyond standards development, as there are more than 600 standards that have been developed and about 500 in the pipeline. I think for us and our standards development experts who put this together, they deserve a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. She further tells us now that the conversation should be around adoption of standards. So I think let's think about that as member states, strengthening of our conformity assessment facilities, enabling our SMEs to be more effective, and also cooperation or coordination around our mutual recognition arrangements. I think with that, allow me to move to the next segment, ladies and gentlemen. When I will now bring the panel of experts, and I want to thank ARSO for putting together this very powerful team. Allow me to start inviting to the podium Madame Ludovica Ghizzoni, who is the Business Value Chain Advisor in ITC. Let's put our hands together for her. Allow me to also invite Dr. Andre Dewa, the Director of SPS Standards and Measures in TMA. Ms. Clementine Uzogo, the Director, Impact Her, representing the President and Founder. Let's put our hands together for her. Dr. Caroline Kiende, the Director of Business Development, Marketing and Trade, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority in the Republic of Kenya. Let's also put our hands together for her. Manasseh Ochieng will join us virtually. Manasseh, confirm you on the platform. It's fine, I'm sure once he's available, we'll then pick the conversation from there. I really want to give us a round of applause. I'm trying to check in terms of gender balance. I see we're doing very well in terms of. Madam Ludovica, I'll start with you. I think following the presentation, how can ITC support agro-processing SMEs to meet standards requirements, improve export readiness, and access regional markets under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area?
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank ARSO for the way that have framed the challenges and the opportunity of the agribusiness sector in Africa. What we see is that the sector is very much characterized by the SMEs. About 70–80% of firms are SMEs. And this makes the sector extremely critical for job, for rural income, for value addition. And then at the same time, the sector is also highly regulated. We see more and more upcoming mandatory standards, but also voluntary and buyer requirements. And this brings a bit of complexity for the SMEs in order to face also the cost of compliance. Also, according to ITC non-tariff measure surveys, we see that exactly more than 80% of the non-tariff measures are represented in terms of standards and technical regulations. So now the critical question is how we move from an existing harmonized standards for SMEs to be able really to understand, implement, and at the same time really being able to gain commercial value out of it. SMEs are at the core of the International Trade Center. We, as a technical cooperation agency of the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, we support SMEs towards their path on market access. And we support, we build a conducive quality ecosystem, we support enterprise in the journey, and we work closely with different partners. So I like to bring some examples that come from the implementation of Market Access Markup 2 project funded by the EU in the East African community. So first, we want to make sure that the requirements are practical for SMEs. So we start from the market, and when we start from the market, we need to see what does the buyer require? What does the regulator require? And what is actually preventing SMEs to be able to advance the value chain and being able to sell their products? So first of all, we make the standards and the regulation easily accessible to the SMEs through digital platforms, for example, through the ESC Quality for Trade platform or the standards map. At the same time, we see that information is not enough being alone. So we provide diagnostic training, hands-on coaching, technical assistance to SMEs in order to translate the standards into concrete changes in their production. We support them with implementation of food safety system, we support them with traceability, we support them with branding and labeling. So just an example of one company in Burundi on tea that actually has been supported along the entire value chain from the farm through the factory in implementing food safety system, and where we see that compliance starts at the farm. Second, we need to turn the compliance into competitiveness. So meeting standards is not really the final objective, so we need to support SMEs, and we support them towards value addition, but also in terms of access to finance, in terms of marketing, in terms of buyer connection and digitalization. So, for example, a couple of companies in Uganda, in green coffee, that has been supported in 1 year managed to increase their revenue from their production from 5 tons to 15 tons, and moving into also roasting and ground coffee. So this has generated more than 10,000 US dollars in revenue in one year. The same has also applied, for example, to cocoa companies. 5 companies have been taken to the Salon de Chocolat in Paris, and they managed to obtain around 500,000 US dollars in potential business. So this is proof how transformation through value addition can really make a big change for the SMEs. And this is what we want to see under the AfCFTA, moving SME African companies from primary commodities towards processing value addition. Third element is about building a conducive regulatory environment for SMEs. This is about having a company that has been able to access a conformity assessment that are not also over-regulated and fragmented. So we support laboratories, we support certification, we support inspection body. In the EAC, for example, we have supported together with the PTB and together also with the TMA, building the first proficiency testing accredited in the region, so through KEBS, through TBS and UMBS, but also new standards, like currently supporting the technical committee on Gamma Arabic for developing a regional standard. So this is really what we want to see as part of the CFTA, a conformity assessment where one test is really accepted in all the different countries. And the fourth element is how we can sustain the results. So we build a pool of experts in the region. So we have more than 100 quality champions and certified trainers that are the ones that can really reach out enterprises. So this is really, from understanding the requirements, complying, demonstrating, being able to access the market.
Thank you very much. But whilst I still have you, I think one of the challenges is around measuring impact. What practical indicators and methodologies can be used to assess the extent to which harmonized standards reduce technical barriers to trade and improve market access for agro-processed products?
Yeah, we always tend to measure the number of people that have been trained, the number of certificates that have been issued, or the number of standards that have been adopted. But we really need to move into try to really measure what standards and quality can really bring in terms of trade and in terms of commercial value for SMEs. So from ITC side, we start really monitoring and measuring the regulatory and conformity assessment angles, so the compliance costs, the rejection, the border delays, and really the number of time that the same analysis have been conducted across the borders. Then with regard to enterprises, we monitor the improvement of their production practices, but also whether the companies that have been certified manage to maintain also their certification over the years. And of course, the third angle is really about the market. So whether we have managed to really bring new buyers, new markets, new transaction, and increase in the export. On this, it's important to have a very strong baseline at the beginning of whenever we start the different capacity building program, and then put together surveys at the level of enterprises, but at the level of all the different actors along the value chain in order to be able to have these tangible results. ITC also conduct the non-tariff measures surveys where regularly we measure the barriers that SMEs face really in terms of transaction. And this is what we want to to achieve, as when we say, one test, one certificate working for everyone.
Thank you very much. I think turning to Dr. Andrew Dewa, trade facilitation remains critical to unlocking the benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. From your experience in supporting regional trade, how do standards-related barriers, such as certification delays, duplication of testing, and regulatory inconsistencies affect agro-processing trade across borders?
That we have here to present some of the experiences that Trademark Africa does have around trade facilitation. Trademark Africa is a trade facilitation organization, and our work is really to grow the prosperity of Africa through trade. This means that working with all the key sectors that promote intra-Africa trade would be the agro sector, which is central to many of the economies of Africa. We work along key corridors, and you can imagine, therefore, on the main corridors in Africa, if you are moving with a truck carrying agro-processed products, what are these challenges that you are going to face? So our work, therefore, is to address practically those barriers, those delays that eat on time and increase costs and burdens to SMEs or to any other traders who may want to move their goods across borders. Now, having said that, at Trademark Africa, therefore, when we use unnecessary barriers, it does not mean that we are trying to lower standards. We are not removing standards. And this must be a distinction, that reducing delays, reducing barriers does not mean lowering standards. It means ensuring that we meet the same standards, but in a manner that is cost-effective and in a manner that makes it easier to move products across the borders. Agriculture and agro-products themselves pose themselves a bigger risk to trade. This risk cannot be ignored because presented to the economies of the importing country, no country will want to import food that's poisonous. No country is going to import, for example, in maize, aflatoxin, nuts, or dried fruits, having those kind of threats that may have an impact on the population. With all this, and we can speak so much about the impacts of unsafe food, impacts of poor quality. It's very emotive, very emotional. And the governments have the right, therefore, to impose these requirements. What we are saying, therefore, is that action is very legitimate. But then, to what extent are these actions, are they really relevant? Are they adequate enough? Are they only addressing the risk? Or are they more than proportionate to address the actual risk? And this is where then we have to work with the governments to ensure that their regulations are fit for purpose, their policies, and the interventions should provide services rather than kind of restrict businesses from doing their work. We should be able to facilitate. If we are producing a standard, it should be one that moves goods rather than makes it difficult even to produce and to place goods at the marketplace. Our other work then, therefore, goes towards quality infrastructure. How do we implement these standards? So we then have got to look at clearly if there is infrastructure around the standardization, metrology systems. Are we talking about accreditation, conformity assessment, labs? TMA has invested over $100 million, specifically in Africa, in a number of countries, to address challenges of testing, for example. But then we do realize that that does not necessarily sometimes solve the problem. Increased testing does not necessarily increase trade. It's a trust issue. It goes beyond, therefore, just testing or conformity assessment. It's about how we can build systems of trust, systems that allow goods to move, which then takes us to an issue of working with REX. We have worked traditionally with the ESC, worked with ECOWAS, and worked with the other REX to make sure there are systems that allow countries to be able to build confidence among each other and to allow goods therefore to move across the borders. This means that we are going to do border procedures which are harmonized, border controls which speak to each other. Harmonization around those systems allows goods to move with confidence, satisfying the needs of the importing country while at the same time promoting trade. And lastly, we have to focus back along the value chain to the SMEs, to the big manufacturers, make sure that they've got the capacity to meet these requirements and to ensure that what the market demands is also being addressed on the supply side. And lastly, we do the actual connection, therefore, understand the market needs and come back and also deal directly with these businesses to make sure that they implement those requirements at their level. So all this we see on our end are ways in which delays at the borders can happen, but also can be removed. But more than that, we have to take this one higher in terms of not just harmonization, but to move to mutual recognition arrangements, which we are working closely with the REX and also the AfCFTA Secretariat and the state parties to ensure that they can have arrangements for mutual recognition, but also be able to, at their level, to cooperate and share information accordingly. I want to stop there, I think, for now, and happy to dig deeper later on.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Clementina. Impact here is built considerable capacity building infrastructure, having trained over 200,000 women entrepreneurs across the continent. Looking ahead to the Africa-Free Continental Trade Area market, what practical steps or partnerships would you prioritize to embed quality culture, standards awareness, and conformity assessment readiness into that training so that women-led agro-processing enterprises are not only investor-ready, but also export-ready and able to compete in regional and continental markets? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I also want to especially thank ARSO for this convening. And just as a means of introduction, Impact Her is a non-profit organization that supports women entrepreneurs and youth-led businesses across Africa. We have been doing that for about 9 years now and have so far supported over 250,000 women entrepreneurs across 54 countries in Africa. Now, what we do basically is to help women entrepreneurs build sustainable businesses, build legacy businesses. So we like to see ourselves as a one-stop shop that helps women entrepreneurs access the resources that they need to be able to build these sustainable businesses. So you're talking about resources like access to finance, access to markets, mentorship and advisory, market linkages, and then also do some policy work. Now to the question on what can be done. So first off, I think that we need a mindset shift, right? Where we are not introducing standardization to entrepreneurs as next step in their businesses. There needs to be a major shift where, as a potential entrepreneur is thinking about incorporating a business, starting a business, there are questions that should come to the person's mind, like what does quality mean for me in this business? What kind of certification do I need for this product? What is the standard in my industry or in my sector, right? Because what we have seen so far is that, and that's because we're speaking, being that we are the boots on ground, interacting with these entrepreneurs directly. What we have seen so far is that you see entrepreneurs that have run business for, say, 5-6 years, and then maybe it's their 7th year, you are singing the music of standardization to them, and they are looking at you like, what are you talking about? I've been running my business successfully, right? Why should I do this? So it has to be a situation where from the very beginning, and there are ways to achieve this. ARSO is doing a great work. It has also collaborated with Impact Her severally to even sensitize these entrepreneurs on what they need to do. But maybe just to broaden that a bit by partnering with CSOs, business support organizations, these institutions that the business owners would ideally go to first, so that at that initial point, they are getting the gospel of standardization. They are learning about the requirements of standardization in terms of their product, in terms of their sector, what is needed in terms of certification for them to go beyond their local market. So I think that's something that we should, sort of rearrange such that there are structures in place to make sure that the gospel of standardization is something that is introduced to entrepreneurs even at the conceptualization of their business idea stage, right? The second thing which ARSO is also doing well is simplifying the process of standardization, because when we speak to these entrepreneurs, when we deal with them directly, you are hearing things like, oh, we know that we need to get these certain certificates, but it's overwhelming, the process is overwhelming, it's too technical, I don't have someone on my team to help me do it, I can't afford to employ someone to help me with the processing. And then it comes down again to cost, of course, where they are telling you that these processes are very, very expensive. So I feel like with the harmonization of standards, there are a lot of duplicities that will be reduced in terms of, what these entrepreneurs need to be able to move their goods across the borders, and then also simplifying the language of standardization. It needs to be simplified such that if I am starting a business tomorrow, I should by myself know what I need to do in terms of certification for my business. It should be simplified such that I would not think that I need to hire a certain expert to even get the basics right for my business. And then the third thing I also think is that we are already working on the awareness in terms of sensitizing entrepreneurs, the reason why they need to have these certifications and standardization. But I think we are going to move a bit gradually from that sensitization to actual working with them to implement these standardization and get the certification they need. In collaboration with ARSO, we have trained over 2,200 entrepreneurs on conformity assessments, standard requirements, and then also on the EcoMark and ACAP as well. And that's under an umbrella of a program called Showcase Her. It's an access to market program. So it's an export readiness accelerator that Impact Her is working on with AfCFTA. In the program, it's built on the lines of the AfCFTA. So what we are doing essentially is that you are already running a business, there is an AfCFTA for you to leverage with so many opportunities. Now, how do you need to get there, right? So we're having the compliance conversations in that program. We're also directly connecting them to markets. So I can say that since the program started, we have helped women ship over 150 containers, both within and outside the continent, and this is worth about 4.5 million USD worth of goods, right? So when you are moving from sensitizing them on standardization to showing them what the clear pathway is, so you get this certification, and once you get this certification, it allows you to do this, be able to increase your revenue, transact in these markets. It sort of serves as an incentive for them to want to take that step. And then I think lastly is I believe when Madam Lillian was presenting, collaborations, partnership, there can never be too much of them. There can never be too much of them. That's how we can go far in the gospel of, ensuring the standardization, and then that we, entrepreneurs generally meet the conformity assessment to be able to get their goods across the continent, and then also in cases where it is needed, or outside the continent as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'll move to you, Dr. Caroline Kiende. What specific support, whether in terms of capacity building, financing, or simplified compliance mechanisms, would most effectively enable SMEs in agro-processing to participate in intra-African trade?
So thank you, moderator, and thank you, ARSO, for inviting Micro and Small Enterprises Authority on the table to speak out issues that MSMEs face in the quest to pursue export markets. Allow me to say that Micro and Small Enterprises Authority is a state corporation that was incorporated to promote, develop, and regulate micro and small businesses in Kenya. And we do this through a couple of programs and projects, but basically we do this through formalization, market access and linkages, finance linkages, shared infrastructure, access to finance, but more so enhancing the competitiveness of MSMEs and their productivity, and that is where now the issue of standards comes in, because until MSMEs realize that standards and certifications is more of an investment than a cost, that is now where the journey to compliance begins, because the challenge is how are we looking at standards and certifications? Is it a cost? Is it an investment? And this is our quest. And to answer your question is that I would look at issues of looking at a model where SMEs are not simply being told the standards that they are supposed to acquire, but putting up a system where an ecosystem that supports MSMEs to achieve and maintain certification, because the challenges that are more or less there are not of unwillingness, but because of other factors. So supporting a bundle or giving an ecosystem where MSMEs are able to thrive to achieve and maintain certifications and standards is the first step. Then I will look at capacity building, because we need to work with these MSMEs hand in hand and also provide practical mentorship so that the whole compliance journey is covered. We are looking at having an export readiness program where we are starting looking at or diagnosing the problem with the MSME and having the first shipment, where we are not separating compliance and market access. Because the moment you address one bit of the process, then you're not addressing the market access, the motivation is not there. So that journey of holding MSMEs through the compliance journey and then linking to the markets is a way of addressing the challenges you're facing. We have the issue of addressing financing, because we have loans, we have grants to MSMEs, but rarely do we categorize loans and grants as compliance loans or grants, so that maybe MSMEs are not putting money at the right place when they are pursuing exports. So what we need is really to advocate for part of the money to go to compliance, so that instead of buying equipment, you're looking at food compliance equipment. You're looking at premises that can meet, building premises that can meet food safety standards, so that as you do the capacity building, you are also advocating for effective use of financing that the MSMEs are doing. Like we have a project called Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation, where we are doing a package of business development support, mentorship, and then also having a co-investment facility. But then we are telling these MSMEs, put that financial facility in the right place, so that you're not only achieving machinery, but you're coming up or you're buying machinery that can help you bridge the gap to compliance. Then we have the issue of suppliers and more accessible conformity assessment mechanisms, because we need to strengthen the compliance infrastructure. And also what has been spoken about a lot in this conference about promoting mutual recognition and enabling the conformity procedures being recognized across board, because paying twice for an MSME is difficult. You're looking at multinationals having a department in compliance, but for an SME, the owner, the entrepreneur is a compliance person, is a technical person, so that kind of burden, where they are not even sure from the first place what they are meeting, and then there are duplications across the process that then becomes a problem. Then the issue of having a one-stop compliance approach for MSMEs, I think that can ease the burden a lot, reducing the number of days I'll spend trying to pursue compliance for my products, maybe to move across the border. So as my brother said, let us not look at lowering the standards, but look at a way of making them affordable and accessible for the small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think because of time constraints, we'll just take 2 quick questions or comments from the floor. So if you can have roving mics, so we can, those who wish to contribute, I see one hand there. I think it's my brother from Togo. I also see another hand there. We'll have those 2, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. We can start with my brother from Togo. Do you now have a mic?
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je voudrais d'abord remercier les panélistes pour le développement dont nous avons fait l'objet tout à l'heure et qui nous situe par rapport à un certain nombre d'éléments. Ma question irait à Madame Effet de la Fondation Impact Air. Je voudrais savoir, dans votre développement, j'ai cru entendre que vous assistez les entreprises, notamment celles des femmes, en ce qui concerne le renforcement des capacités. Je voudrais savoir si vos actions s'étendent seulement sur le renforcement des capacités ou il y a sur d'autres champs, vous intervenez également sur d'autres champs. Et à la suite donc de cette question, je voudrais savoir, pour nous les États ou organismes de normalisation, si nous devons vous saisir pour d'éventuels appuis, comment nous devons procéder. Merci.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, Madam, you can respond. Madam Clementina.
Hi, thank you so much. So I heard the second question. I'm not sure I quite heard the first one because it seems there were 2 questions. I was struggling with my headphone. But to the second question I heard is, in what capacity, I believe, do we support women entrepreneurs? And then, or maybe that's the first, and the second one is how do people reach out to us if they want us to support? So, like I mentioned, we see ourselves as a one-stop shop. So the kind of support we provide to women entrepreneurs is like a 360-degree support, and I'll give you an example. Because we do not operate a one-size-fits-all model in our approach to supporting women entrepreneurs. So when you signal for our support, we first of all try to understand where you are in your business currently and then determine what kind of, so more like a diagnostic, right? What kind of support you need. So we are providing services to women entrepreneurs from the range of capacity building itself, which is trainings on different aspects, business trainings, financial literacy trainings, sustainability trainings, digital literacy trainings, and all of the good trainings that women need. We also move to access to finance, where we are because of the work we do and because access to finance is one of our core pillars, we have relationship, we have a network of financial institutions that we work with and are able to connect women entrepreneurs to. But we don't just send you to the financial institution, right? We help you prepare to meet the financial institution in terms of your documentation requirements, putting together if you need a business plan, basically handhold you through the process so that by the time you are getting to the financial institution, you know, the approval rate is almost at 98 or 100%, right? We also do mentorship and advisory, where we are working with you, whatever aspect of your business that you're struggling with, in terms of, it could be pricing, it could be access to markets, right? We work with you to develop plans and marketing plans on how to build your business. So there's like a very, very broad range of service that we offer. So when I say we are a one-stop shop, I mean we're a one-stop shop for real. We provide that 360-degree support to entrepreneurs. And as for how to contact us, you can always send an email to hello@impacther.org. And I'm also available after the panel if you want a bilateral, but that's a sure way to contact us, and someone will have to reach out to you to understand better what support you need. But like I mentioned, we are particularly focused on women-led businesses and youth-led businesses as well. Thank you so much. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Can we have the second and final question? Yes, over there.
Thank you very much for the panelists. Muhyiddin Al-Tuhami is Director of Economic Cooperation and Regional Integration, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. Yesterday I raised the issue about this as institutional issue. For me, for example, as you know, REX, as well, when you look at subsidiarity, we need really to have a way where continental level, regional level, I will always say that. For example, I want to, my question here or my concern to the trademark. For example, let us put it clear. We need clearly to see at the regional economic communities, IGAD is one of them, we are mandated to implement the AfCFTA, and very clear. But for me, for example, let me mention in Djibouti, where my question to trademark, we are working on corridor as an approach for trade facilitation. But thank you for the development partners to work, but sometimes there is a corridor, for example, working between Ethiopia and Djibouti, and there is no kind of collaboration with trademark. For me, I need clearly to see where, when you mention working with the REX, you need to give a clear example. I'm not sure about ECOWAS and others. And also my recommendation to the RCO, whenever there is a panelist, bring the REX on the table. I want to see East Africa here. Because that is the way always I'm talking about. We say, as the REX we are implementing, we are cascading down whatever the decision at the African Union level and organs. But sometimes we feel, I'm expecting that my colleague from East Africa to be on the table. As IGAD also, we are part of East Africa. But we attend, and yesterday in the presentation they said those organs, those REX is a part of oversight committees. But we need them also to come and to reflect what they are doing. Because, for example, as IGAD, we are working on the MRA, we are working with SBS. But sometimes, really, this is an area where I hope this institutional matter to be considered seriously. Governance is critical to deliver this. Otherwise, if there is a confusion, we cannot talk about standard, we cannot talk about any regulatory framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I'm sure we've taken note of it, and we'll forward it to the ARSO SG to deal with it. Colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
It's a question. I thought it was.
By way of summarizing the key takeaways from our panel discussion, the standards for agro-processing are available. More than 600 standards are there. What is left for us is let's adopt and implement. Let's enable SMEs to effectively participate in this intra-Africa trade. Let's go ahead and strengthen our conformity assessment infrastructure so that it delivers credible results that ensures that there's confidence. Let's cooperate amongst ourselves through MOUs and mutual recognition arrangements. And with that, allow me, let's put our hands together for the panel, the presenter, and all the contributions from the floor. I'm sure the cameramen are ready. We can come in front so we can be taking a picture of my panel. And also, Madame Lillian, come and join us. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the distinguished panelists. Please remain on stage. We have a token of appreciation from ARSO. If we could have the tokens of appreciation to, first of all, the moderator of the session, Director General, SARS, Zimbabwe, Mr. Cosmas Mukoi. A round of applause as he's being given that token of appreciation. Thank you. Ms. Ludovica Gisozi, I hope I got that right. Business Value Chain Advisor, ITC. Thank you so much. Dr. Andrew Edewa, Director of SPS, Standards and Measures, TMA. Thank you very much for your insights and your input in this discussion. Next, Ms. Efe Ukala, the President and Founder of the Impact Her Foundation. In Mombasa, we say Asante Sana. Thank you for your insights and input. Last but not least, we have Dr. Caroline Kiede Kaua, Director of Business Development, Marketing and Trade, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, MSEA. Asante Sana. Another round of applause, distinguished delegates. Thank you. I don't know why we don't have gifts for those who ask questions and share their inputs, but we will sure harmonize the standards for gifting next time, on a light note. Next on stage, we switch gears slightly, but still remain on theme. Remember, it's the African Day of Standardization, and now we head to session 3. And we are looking at EcoMark Africa certification and voluntary sustainable standards. And allow me to call the moderator of this session, who will also invite the session panelists. launched today by His Excellency the Deputy President, the One Mark and related conformity assessment activities aimed at strengthening Africa's quality infrastructure and advancing strategic role of conformity assessment in trade and sustainable development. Without further ado, allow me to welcome on stage the moderator, again, who will invite the panelists for that session, and we hope the session to take about 40 minutes for the importance of time. I'd like to invite on stage the Director General, and he's lucky because today there's no music to accompany him on stage, but we'll do the round of applause. Mr. Abu Hamane Dion. No, you don't have to go back. A round of applause, please, as Director General SCASN Senegal comes on stage. A round of applause, Tafadhali. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, everybody. Jambo. I know everybody's tired. I am tired. But we will try to do it quickly. I think our MC has set the tone. In this panel session, we are going to talk about conformity assessment. And the pretext is the ARSO Conformity Assessment Program, ACAP. I think you saw some of us received some gift this morning. It was under that program. So it's a very ambitious but strategic program that we believe will strengthen the quality infrastructure in the continent of Africa. And to discuss this matter this afternoon, I will be with very distinguished guest speakers. The first one will be Dr. Eswatna Heyu Bojana, who is the Director General of the Togolese Standardization Agency, ATN, Togo. Please accompany him with a round of applause. We will also have Catherine Wonderlich, who is Project Coordinator at PTB, Coordinator for Technical Cooperation in Sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome. We will also have Engineer Michael Talam, who is Acting Chief Manager, Certification and Inspection at KENAS, Kenya. We will have Mr. Antoine Ane, Regional Director, Commercial VOC, Cotecna. And then last but not least, Mr. Daniel Ndongo Afan from the Continent, Le Continent. She is Director of Conformity Assessment at ANOR, Agence des Normes et de la Qualité du Cameroun. So to introduce this panel, we will have the Technical Director of ARSO, Mr. Ruben Gizore. So we will be introducing this discussion. Ruben, please.
Good afternoon. It has been an exciting day, and a day that we have achieved quite a number of milestones. What we achieved today, the launching of the ARSO mark, has been a journey that started. If you have your internet, or you have internet on your phone, you can Google the Lagos Plan of Action, paragraph 250. You will see what is mentioned there. That was done in 1980. And in 1980s, when ARSO was tasked with coming up with the certification mark, 1980, very many people in this place, in this room, probably were not yet around. The next thing was about the headquarters, and we got a formal pledge today. That will finish most of the pledges that we had from 1980s. It's a great milestone as far as ARSO is concerned. So we are going to talk about conformity assessment, and I think I will not need to introduce a lot of things. The reason I will not talk about a lot of things is that everybody has said conformity assessment is important. So I really wouldn't want then to start again telling you why it is important. I'm not seeing much movement here. So, in brief, we restarted the process of conformity assessment from 2013 when we met in Yaoundé, and it was decided that we need to restart the certification process. But that certification, that time it was called certification because the understanding of the scope of conformity assessment was very narrow. And once we started that, we decided to redefine what conformity assessment is all about. So we all know, and I don't think I wanted to start redefining what conformity assessment is. We can move to the next slide. I want to go straight. If you look at all these ideas of inspection, certification, the assessment part of it, auditing, examination, testing, you understand them. So we will not going to defining them again. Next. We also know the levels of certification, or the types, the three types where you have the first party, second party, third party. We are actually promoting first party quite a lot. But that promotion has to go with a solid infrastructure that is able to do market surveillance. And the reason we are doing that is that sometimes we are looking at third party as the most reliable, but we forget that for private sector, the B2B, most times they use second party, where they inspect, they know what you're doing. A company goes to their, if it is as, they go to their supplier, they do the inspection or they check what they're doing, they confirm it's fine, they establish a contract. That happens a lot. So it's not listed for nothing. The first party, self-declaration of conformity, happens a lot where there is a lot of manufacturing, to the point where you find that the amount of third-party certification is only 5%. And so if Africa becomes a very industrialized continent, you'll find that first party becomes the most predominant. And that is the reason we are also promoting an understanding of what that first party means. Let's go next. So testing happens to be one of the biggest, in terms of the issues of testing, inspection, certification. Testing happens to be the biggest. And testing, you can agree that if you are trading in goods, it is testing that takes predominance. But this is also where we are weak. And during our processes of certification, it is where we realized that many countries did not have the laboratories that could test their products. and they had to ship some of their samples to other countries to do the testing. Fortunately, in these cases, they didn't go out of the continent. They were able to get the testing done within the continent. Now, that also prompted us to think of establishing a database of the laboratories existing and their capabilities within the continent so that people will know where they can get the test to be done within the continent without having to ship some of their products out of the continent, which was the case quite a number of years back. And in some cases, we realized even neighboring countries didn't know the capacity existing in their neighbors' laboratories, but when we started exchanging ideas, it became very easy for people to know that you can take your sample to the next country and get the test done. So I think we need to exchange that information, and therefore when we ask you, or we send a form to show us the capabilities that you have, we are not spying. We are simply trying to make it possible for the other countries, your neighbors, to know what you have so that you can collaborate. Next. So the toolbox exists. Okay, the testing areas, I think you all know the core areas, those areas that are mandatory and most times mentioned by regulation, so we will not read all of them. But issues of food and feed, that is compulsory, animal health issues, construction materials, and such, those are mandatory issues. Next. The toolbox, all of you understand that that is the toolbox that we use. And that is the toolbox that informs us. You can go next. That's the toolbox that informs our establishment of the African, or what we call the ARSO Conformity Assessment Program, a CAP. So the idea, as indicated, came from the Lagos Plan of Action that we need our goods to be certified and to enjoy free movement of goods. So for those who may think that the idea of free movement of goods started yesterday, the good news is that it started a long time ago. And our leaders understood it, probably much better than we do. They understood that you are not going to just take your goods, pack them in a truck, and cross the borders. They needed to be certified. And for that to happen, they said it is a mark, a continental mark, to be on the goods. So that's an appreciation that you really need to get. When you talk about political goodwill, tell us whether that goodwill was not there. It was there because these people, when they sat down and established that kind of an arrangement, they understood and they gave us the political goodwill. And I think one of the guests here said the top leaders signed the agreements. The implementation is with the technical institutions. And this is where we need to really play our part very well. As technical people, we need to interpret the agreements that they sign and play our part to ensure that those agreements are fulfilled. Now, the means of doing this, as we have done, is that we have a dedicated certification scheme system, which you can go next. And the scheme is owned by ARSO. I'm happy that one of the people who understands this scheme is here. Michael Talam understands it very well. And being in the accreditation bodies, they understood what was needed and they provided a lot of inputs. Next. So, in brief, when you look at that graphic, it captures the whole scheme, where we have the accreditation part of it on your right, on your left, I think, when you are there. And then we have the ASO Secretariat as the scheme owner. But as a scheme owner, you also need to establish the structures to ensure that the structure is credible. Now, what we didn't have was the advisory committee. It has now been established. The ACAP advisory committee will be meeting on Wednesday this week. It's fully established. Now, we have collaboration with the accreditation bodies, currently 5. We are remaining with 5 so that we can have the whole continent. The accreditation bodies actually accredit the conformity assessment bodies in the continent, and therefore they are able to do the certification. They can also accredit the inspection bodies as well as testing laboratories. Next, I will not read through all the schemes, but there are currently 11 schemes. They are listed. They capture the areas of the continent that are considered as crucial. You look at primary production, and in primary production, we look at small and large scale. When we look at food safety, we have a scheme coming up. It's already in existence, but it's being revised. Then we have chain of custody. We have Scheme D deals with ECOMAC, which you are going to listen to in the next session. Then we have traditional medicine. We have sustainable capture fisheries, good finance grant practice, cosmetology and wellness, which we did. I think we started with that one on Monday. And then we have sustainable mining, ecological organic agriculture, Made in Africa certification scheme, and good research management certification scheme. So those are the schemes that we have currently, and we look forward to increasing more. There are others coming on board. Next. So the key standards that we use are international standards. So that is the basis for that. I think we will not read through all of them, you know them. The final one, of course, is the one that is using also the accreditation collaboration incorporated so that we comply with that. Next. So what is required is that most times, and I think in the presentation that was given in the morning, there was mention of a foreign certification scheme where you saw that to get the certification, you would part with 2,000 to 15,000 US dollars. And that is actually very low. In many cases, there have been occasions where the people pay up to $25,000. It's expensive. So we need a scheme in the continent, and in our scheme, we look at developing the capacity in the member state itself so that you don't have to pay for the traveling of people to come and do the audits for you to get certification. Next. So how to drive the scheme? We have the committee responsible. It's called the conformity assessment. And in this committee, I would like to urge all members to be actually, all the member states to become members. It has subcommittees, but the first one deals with normal standards implementation. The second part deals with the compulsory area where we are looking at technical regulations. Next. So in issues of testing, we know it is expensive. And in this is where AfCFTA tried to come up with reference laboratories, a network of laboratories where you share the facilities. And I think if you look at our laboratories, some of the parameters are not tested every time. And sometimes you only need reference laboratories that can resolve issues, while you need other laboratories to do routine testing that gives you indication of whether things are going right or they are almost going wrong or they are going wrong, and then you need a reference laboratory. So countries may wish to establish a joint laboratories which are affordable and which can be used by a number of countries. So it is high time that we know about it, because sometimes people tell you this equipment is too expensive and it is not used every time. So you need a big number of customers to utilize the equipment or the facility. You can have joint laboratories, and that's what we are actually advocating for. And we look forward to having this discussion agreed upon. So if you also can come up with a network where you jointly identify one that can be equipped and therefore used by a group of member states, that would be a great idea. Next. So we have done some analysis. When it comes to certification, we have checked where we have done the certification, and we can tell you it is expensive. In some countries, the developed countries, somehow one parameter costs a lot, But in our case, we do a grouping. If it is a standard, we take as a standard. It doesn't matter how many parameters. Next. So accreditation, I think there's what they call cross-border accreditation. Usually this comes about where the accreditation body within the same country cannot perform for some reason. So you can invite an accreditation body from a different country to come and do it. Now we faced a challenge in one case where a country was asking whether they should use the accreditation body within their regional economic community, or they can get an accreditation body from a different country that is not in that regional economic community. So I think the issue will be resolved shortly. Next. So how much does it cost to get certified? We've done this, and sometimes the total can be as low as 2,000, and the maximum that I think the maximum quote we ever got was up about 15,000, because that was a big facility. So it is not cheap. Next. So essentially, I wanted to put the question to you. It's like a question, because I don't think I wanted to act like I'm teaching. The idea of certification, how do we make it sustainable? We had a fast run, 2018 to 2019. People were certified. They were not able to renew their certification. Yet, they actually got markets. People were accredited, and they carried out certification, which covered the total cost of what was used to do accreditation. But they did not proceed to renew their accreditation. So how do we handle these situations? Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing our panelists give some solutions or some answers to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Technical Director Ruben, for this great introduction. I need a clarification here, MC. Do we still have 40 minutes, or the introduction was included in the 40 minutes? We have 40 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. So now I will turn to our great panelists. We saw the introduction from our technical director, Dr. Ruben Gisore, talking about the cost of certification, conformity assessment, the role of accreditation, and we saw that it might be a little bit difficult for our small businesses, our SMEs, but the good news is there are some initiatives, some programs that can help us in our countries overcome those obstacles. So we are going to discuss this with a very diverse panel of speakers. And I'm going to start with Mr. Bojona. Prepare your headset. Monsieur Bojona est le directeur général de l'Agence togolaise de normalisation. Alors, Monsieur Bojona, la première question a rapport avec l'évaluation de la conformité au niveau national. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler des programmes d'évaluation de la conformité existants au Togo et les barrières techniques ou en tout cas les difficultés que les PME locales du Togo rencontrent quand ils veulent exporter dans les autres pays africains? Monsieur Bodja.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur, cher ami. Je voudrais d'abord saisir cette occasion à cette tribune pour remercier ARSO pour cet honneur qui nous fait encore une fois de participer à ce panel pour exposer le travail qui se fait au niveau de notre pays. Et il faut dire donc qu'au niveau du Togo, et avec la loi cadre sur la qualité qui a été mise en place et l'opérationnalisation des structures techniques de la qualité, et nous avons entamé un grand chantier pour faire de la qualité une réalité au niveau du Togo. Et donc, au niveau du Togo, nous avons reçu l'appui d'un certain nombre de partenaires, bien entendu avec le gouvernement qui nous accompagne pour donc d'abord adopter les normes. Nous avons adopté plus de 300 normes ARSO et nous sommes passés donc, à l'élaboration des programmes. Ces programmes comprennent donc les programmes de la CEDEAO avec les normes CEDEAO, les normes ARSO et les normes ISO. Aujourd'hui, au niveau du Togo, nous avons un ensemble de 56 programmes de certification qui s'étendent donc sur les filières surtout agroalimentaires, qui ont une page large, mais également les matériaux de construction. Donc nous avons aujourd'hui 56 programmes de certification. En termes de barrières, des difficultés que nos entreprises ont pour aller sur le marché, comme vous le savez, je crois que ça a fait l'objet déjà des débats depuis hier. La première difficulté que je voudrais soulever ici, c'est la non-homogénéité des exigences des marchés. Aujourd'hui, nos entreprises, en allant sur les marchés, sont obligées de se conformer à de multiples exigences par rapport à chaque marché, ce qui est vraiment fastidieux, qui fait dépenser énormément, mais également qui fait perdre beaucoup de temps pour aller sur ces marchés. Et l'autre difficulté que je voudrais également soulever, c'est le coût de la certification qui revient tout le temps et dès lors que nous sommes en contact avec cette PME. Et certes, la certification, beaucoup d'entreprises veulent y aller, mais sont limitées par les demandes financières, en tout cas le budget qui est fait par rapport donc, à cette activité. Et je voudrais donc à cette étape remercier donc l'ARSO qui nous a accompagnés avec d'autres pays pour donc la certification suivant donc les programmes qui sont basés sur les normes ARSO pour donc la certification aujourd'hui de 12 TPME. Nous avons commencé une phase avec 7 TPME qui ont vu 11 de leurs produits certifiés. Et il s'agit des filières le riz, la farine de maïs et le miel. Ça a été donc les produits qui ont été concernés. Il y a 7 autres produits qui sont en phase de certification, ce qui fera un ensemble de 18 produits pour le Togo, donc sur des programmes avec la norme et les normes ARSO. Et la dernière difficulté que je voudrais également évoquer, c'est les financements, le manque de financement. Et aujourd'hui, les TPME, c'est là également, il est difficile de comprendre, ne perçoivent pas, en tout cas, la qualité comme un investissement. En tout cas, ce n'est pas encore rentré dans les cultures. La qualité devait être un investissement. Et quand on parle d'investissement, il va de soi, il faut attendre un retour sur l'investissement. Aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas perçu comme ça. Et forcément, aller à la qualité, ça devient donc une charge. Ce que nous voulons vraiment amener nos TPME à comprendre que ça ne saurait être une charge. Et je voudrais m'arrêter là.
Merci beaucoup, M. Bodiana, pour ces explications très claires. Il y a un problème de culture de la qualité au niveau des PME. Now I will turn to Mr. Antoine Ané from Cotecna. Cotecna, which is a private conformity assessment service provider. So, Mr. Ané, how companies like Cotecna, like I said, private conformity assessment service providers, cooperate with intergovernmental scheme owners like ARSO, and what are the benefits with such cooperation?
Thank you, Jia for this opportunity, and also I want to thank the ARSO for giving us this opportunity. First of all, let's understand that Cotecna is a private entity. We are a world-leading company in terms of testing, inspection, and certification. We also are audited company recognized by TIC Council. I think there are 5 audited TIC company which has been accredited by TIC Council. So based on all this capacity that Cotecna have, you look at the other side also, ARSO, who have developed the harmonized African standard, and also initiate the ACAP, which is the African Conformity Assessment Program. That represents the base, the essence of the mutual recognition, which is the principle of one standard, one test, and one certificate. And Cotecna being a pioneer in this domain, we're also looking at the fact that Cotecna can bring in this ecosystem, in this framework, the operational infrastructure by laboratories, our certifications bodies, our inspections, and also we bring our network, all this together to also help supporting this initiative. So that's where Cotecna will stand and also will accompany this process. And by doing so, we ensure that the good data tests are recognized by everybody. And if it becomes recognized, it also starting the step of mutual recognition. And Cotecna is not only bringing the infrastructure, operational infrastructure, we are also building capacity by our technical experts. And I think you know that we are also in more than 10 programs in African countries, conformity assessment, and that's what we really aim to bring.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ane. Cotecna, which is working with more than 10 countries around Africa on verification of conformity. Now, Engineer Michael Talam, Acting Chief Manager for Certification and Inspection at KENAS, Kenyan Accreditation Services. Let's talk about capacity gap and solutions. So, Mr. Talam, what are the main capacity constraints of African conformity assessment bodies that KENAS has identified so far, and the plans to overcome, to bridge the gap? Mr. Talam.
Thank you very much, moderator, for that question. I also want to thank ARSO for giving us an opportunity to do a presentation here to highlight the challenges that we have as an accreditation body. Currently, we are serving a number of certification bodies. We have accredited Zambia Bureau of Standard, that was the first one. We've accredited Kenya Bureau of Standard. We've accredited Cameroon Bureau of Standard, referred to as ANOR. We also have others in progress, Rwanda Bureau of Standard, OCC of DRC Congo, among others. But when we sit back and review for ourselves to see what challenges we have, we find that mostly this is skills and human resource. Generally, there is a lack of technical experts to undertake the assessments, and more so when we ventured into the Francophone region, you found that at that time, KENAS had not anticipated to have assessors who could interact in French. We had to get assessors who could fluently participate in the assessment. We also had to bring in technical experts. But in general, you'll find that the number of competence development that has been undertaken either through ARSO or through KENAS or IJAC, you'll find that the number of people who've been trained who are competent in this field are quite few, and that brings us a main challenge. The other component that we feel in terms of capacity is that as we deal with product certification under ISO 17065, you will find that the skills you'll use inspection knowledge, and at the end you'll use also this, you'll sample some product to go and test. So the level of capacities of the laboratories are also low, and when they are there, they do not actually meet or have competence in that specific scope that we are looking at. The other challenge that we've seen and has also been highlighted is the high cost of undertaking the assessment. You'll find that since we are few, we've been told that there are 5 ABs around Africa that has been nominated, but currently you'll find that for us to move all along all these areas, there's a cost involved, and at the tail end, the cost for this service will go up. We also notice that there's low coverage. Currently, there are 7 accreditation bodies that are signatories with AFRAC-MRA. KENAS is one of it, and you'll find that with that, the coverage to cover all the 52 countries in Africa from one region is quite a task. The proposed solutions that we've put in place, number one is to expand the trainings program. Number one is KENAS adopted the ACAP program. We currently have a scheme running, having accredited a number of conformity assessment bodies. We are moving into having, we have currently 2 training rooms whereby we can comfortably conduct trainings in 2 classes. We also moving to a hybrid system whereby people can train on a self-paced mode. We are moving into a virtual learning system whereby we'll be able to undertake the trainings. The other issue is to also to look at the other funders who can also support in terms of training. We've had training being undertaken through UNIDO. We undertook, trained around 40 people in these areas. ARSO has also conducted a virtual training, which I conducted the training, and there were a number of people who were trained across Africa. We also have partnership with BSI, whereby we trained a number of people through virtually throughout Africa. And we see that with that, there's a lot of ways to do it. We are currently putting up a system whereby we shall be having recorded trainings, whereby we call it a self-paced learning, whereby people will be able to do small modules when they get time, because most of the technical people we're looking at are working elsewhere. So when they get time, they come, do, let's say, 2 hours, move to another module to ensure that having completed, let's say, 10 hours, they'll have actually met the requirements of the training. We're also looking at strengthening the regional and international recognition to ensure that with this mutual recognition, the other countries will be able to accept the accreditation that we've offered to ensure that there's that reciprocity of the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talam. So training and capacity building are key for our conformity assessment bodies to get ready for accreditation. And KENAS is already implementing some solutions. Thank you very much. Now I will turn to Mrs. Danielle Ndongo Afan from Cameroon. Mrs. Afan, la marque qualité de ARSO Qualité Marque, a pour objectif de servir de marque commune. Donc une seule marque commune à tout le continent. Et ceci pour faciliter l'accès au marché pour tous les pays du continent africain. Selon vous, en tant que décideur politique ou chargé de la réglementation, comment voyez-vous les différentes étapes que le Cameroun devrait faire pour arriver à adopter le One Mark de ARSO, pour avoir donc cette reconnaissance au Cameroun, et quels sont les défis que vous entrevoyez pour cela?
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Merci déjà à l'ARSO qui nous donne l'opportunité de démontrer le travail qui est fait avec certains pays. Alors, la question que vous posez, c'est vraiment une question de gros challenge. Donc, déjà, je commencerai sur le plan politique. Vous savez, les questions de normalisation, il y a des années, ça restait des questions subjectives. Ça veut dire que tout ce qui était qualité n'était pas mesurable au niveau de la compréhension nationale. Et la loi sur la normalisation au Cameroun date depuis 1996, donc ça fait 30 ans. Et quand nous entrons dans cette loi, on était juste au niveau de l'élaboration des normes et on parlait d'une évaluation de la conformité juste, je dirais, très simple, très basique. Mais de 1996 à notre jour maintenant, il y a eu une évolution, il y a eu l'agence des normes qui a été créée et il y a eu d'énormes avancées. Donc, nous pouvons quand même noter que sur le plan politique, il y a une bonne volonté politique parce que déjà en 30 ans, il y a eu l'ONN qui a été créé et depuis 17 ans aussi, nous avons pu évoluer. C'est-à-dire quand on démarrait, c'était juste l'élaboration des normes et tout ce qui concerne l'évaluation de la conformité. Aujourd'hui, il y a eu confiance, l'État a donné la surveillance du marché à l'organisme, à l'ONN. Et aujourd'hui, quand nous parlons de cette marque unifiée, je pense que ça rentre vraiment en ligne droite avec les politiques. Parce que si nous voyons ce qui est fait au niveau de l'ONN, notre budget a été multiplié par 10. Du premier semestre à ce semestre également, on nous a encore donné, on a renforcé le budget parce que forcément on se rend compte que ça a une certaine valeur ajoutée. Et je puis vous dire également que l'accréditation que nous avons eue donne davantage confiance. Donc ce n'est pas vraiment au niveau des politiques parce que je dirais qu'au niveau des politiques aujourd'hui, tous les grands projets, l'ONN est associé dans les décisions, dans l'évaluation, sur la mise des produits sur le marché. Le vrai problème reste maintenant les consommateurs et les fabricants, c'est-à-dire comment les rassurer. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons reçu 1-2 accréditations, nous aspirons même à d'autres. Mais aujourd'hui, les opérateurs économiques nous posent la question, c'est bien ce que vous avez eu comme reconnaissance internationale, mais qu'est-ce que nous on gagne? Et on leur dit, cette marque unifiée permettra de faire sortir les produits, de les vendre sur d'autres marchés. Et ils vous disent, vous êtes sûrs? J'ai présenté le certificat. Vous êtes sûrs qu'ils sont au courant de ce dont vous parlez, de cette marque unifiée? Donc je crois aujourd'hui que notre gros challenge reste la communication. Ça reste ces rencontres vraiment, qu'on se mette ensemble, États africains, pour que cette marque soit vraiment valorisée et reconnue. Parce que nous aurons beau nous rencontrer ici, beau avoir des accréditations comme nous, mais si le produit veut partir du Cameroun et rencontre les premières difficultés dans un des pays, soyez-en sûrs, hein, ils ne vont pas trouver un intérêt, ou bien ne vont même pas valoriser cette marque. Et enfin, il reste le dernier challenge qui reste celui sur le plan réglementaire. Les politiques, il y a la volonté, mais également parfois entre administrations, vous savez, c'est les habitudes ont la peau dure. Si une administration a eu à régner sur un pan, ça reste souvent difficile de lâcher. Et moi, je pense par contre que c'est la compétence, c'est ces accréditations qui nous démarquent. C'est difficile parfois pour des ministères d'obtenir des accréditations. Et je crois que c'est à ce niveau que nous, qui sommes dans l'évaluation de la conformité, nous devons vraiment nous démarquer. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, très clair. Now I will turn to PTB with Catherine Wunderlich. Now let's talk about how to strengthen the quality infrastructure. Drawing on PTB's Q35 initiatives, what are the targeted investments today for PTB that you think are needed to bolster Africa's quality infrastructure under the framework of the African Quality Policy, with a particular focus on the African Continental Technical Regulatory Framework?
Thank you, moderator. Thank you also for the invitation to this panel. So on that question, let me just share some key findings, let's call it like that, from our perspective, from PTB perspective, when it comes to capacity building to bolster Africa's quality infrastructure. So first thing would be keyword international good practice. So in quality infrastructure, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Everything is kind of developed at international level and brings together the continental, the regional economic community perspective and the national level. So this is also exactly outlined in the Africa Quality Policy. And this international good practice also helps to build trust in conformity assessment, I would say. And this is, of course, playing a strategic role in trade and sustainable development. So from our perspective, we believe that the strength that you have in Africa lies in the fact that you have this platform called Pan-African Quality Infrastructure, so where you collaborate with your pillars in the respective quality infrastructure areas, like ARSO that you are dealing with ARSO, AfCFTA, metrology for AfriMets, and AFRAG, as we heard, in accreditation. So they are connected, and they also regularly exchange on the common strategy. I think we've seen this in the presentation that we saw initially now. Another important point is sharing of responsibilities. We have seen that it's a very heterogeneous continent, so we have different levels of quality infrastructure available. We need to go for division of labor and also try not to build new services where they're probably not needed or where they may be available next door. So I think this morning we heard, it was in the World Bank report, I think that was something very nice, let's say like focus on the availability of quality infrastructure and not the location. So that's probably also something we want to share. Then another key finding would be priority to sectors that are relevant, of course, to trade. We have consumer protection, we have food safety as an important topic. So set your priorities. And also the integration of the different quality infrastructure pillars. So we believe it's crucial to look at the whole system, not only isolated approaches. And yeah, we all know that a well-equipped laboratory needs access to accreditation, to metrology services, and also to be able to maintain this status. So that's probably on that. You were also asking about the technical regulatory framework, yeah. Is it? Okay, so maybe for the sake of time, not giving a lot of background, because I think all we are here in this room, we know that technical regulations are a big factor when it comes to technical barriers to trade, especially now that we're talking the Africa AfCFTA. I think we all tackled these challenges, and what we did now from that development cooperation partner perspective was that we joined forces with the AfCFTA Secretariat and the African Union to reply to this challenge and helped to develop the African Continental Technical Regulatory Framework, which we call ACTREF. We love abbreviations, we all know. This framework, yeah, we think it's crucial to implement it, and now how do we approach this? We are trying to, first of all, set the basis at the national level. So this is the priority, implementing or developing national technical regulatory frameworks. And so these frameworks are a prerequisite for functioning implementation of that continental regulatory framework. But of course we know it has to be addressed at national level because technical regulations are part of the national legislation. So we as PTB, we are supporting developing countries, well, not the developing countries, but the state parties or even EU member states, we could call it. We would also, one thing that we would also recommend is the orientation towards international and continental standards within the technical regulations. We feel that is very important. I think you are all aware, but maybe just to highlight that we also believe that this is something we should stress out. And very shortly on what had happened so far, we are very happy to partner with ISO in that respect. So they had this very interesting methodology on standard and public policy, which we now, together with them and in the lead, the AfCFTA Secretariat is in the lead, try to implement to have this national regulatory frameworks in place. So far, in the context of our project, Upgrading Quality Infrastructure in Africa, we conducted 2 workshops. There will be another one very soon. Up to now, 24 countries have been received training, and we are now eagerly waiting for the outcome of these 2 workshops and having national, let's say, implementation plans on how to set up the national regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to open the floor to the audience after this first round of questions. I will open the floor for 2 questions from the audience before proceeding to the. So we have Director General of Congo, Mr. Jean-Jacques, and then over there.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Jean-Jacques Ngoko-Mouyabi, directeur général de l'Agence congolaise de normalisation et de la qualité. Je félicite le panel avec un niveau d'expertise voilà, tout à fait appréciable. Alors j'ai 2 préoccupations. L'avantage de notre métier, c'est qu'on doit être précis. Nous qui avons la charge des ONN en Afrique, et on a des partenariats internationaux, la question précise, elle est perfide, la question. Dans le cadre de la certification ARSO, je suis une entreprise au Togo, je souhaite être certifié pour que je puisse compétir dans le marché de la ZLECAf. Qui certifie? Est-ce l'ARSO, l'organisme africain de normalisation, ou bien l'ONN du Togo qui aurait été accrédité et donc a les compétences pour certifier à la norme africaine? Cette question doit être claire. Qui fait ce travail? Est-ce l'ARSO? Si c'est l'ARSO, est-ce que ça ne pose pas un problème de, j'allais dire, de conflit, enfin, terme, avec un organisme, prenons le cas du Cameroun, puisque l'Afrique centrale, je connais mieux, qui est aujourd'hui accrédité? Est-ce que c'est le Cameroun qui va faire ce travail ou bien c'est l'ARSO qui va le faire? Si c'est le cas, comment l'ARSO le fait? C'est une question importante qui doit être clarifiée. Dernière préoccupation, alors, la notion des réseaux de laboratoires. Je crois que là aussi, il faut qu'on soit suffisamment clair. Bon, moi, j'ai l'avantage d'être Congo, RDC. 2 fois, j'ai fait des analyses en RDC. À l'OCC. Ben, c'est simple. J'ai 5 minutes de passage. Je prends un canot. Si ce n'est pas de la microbiologie, je peux amener des échantillons à Kinshasa. Mais si je dois les emmener au Maroc, donc il faut qu'on donne un contenu à la notion de réseau de laboratoire. OK, pour les intercomparaisons, c'est clair, on met les réseaux. Mais il faut que ça soit précis dans le cadre des échantillonnages et des analyses. Il faut que ça soit clarifié. Et puis, je m'arrête là. Une chose est de nous construire des laboratoires. On est d'accord d'avoir des laboratoires construits par des partenaires, mais la question de la construction est différente de la question de la gestion du laboratoire. J'ai dit, j'ai terminé. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, Madame, ouais, je pense que cette question, Madame Daniel peut prendre la question après. Vous allez y répondre et faire votre dernier mot. Deuxième intervenant.
Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole, monsieur le modérateur. Merci aux participants, aux intervenants d'avoir partagé vos expériences par rapport aux certifications qui a été programmée au niveau de l'ARSO. J'aimerais juste, je m'appelle Zarassou Rakoutumayefa, je suis le directeur général du Bureau des normes de Madagascar. Ma question serait en appui de ce que le DG du Togo vient de poser. Je vais la formuler peut-être un peu directement. Quelles seraient les attributions du Bureau des normes, des bureaux des normes au niveau national par rapport à la certification, au programme de certification que l'ARSO veut mettre en place, à part, on ne parle plus du côté adoption des normes ARSO, mais surtout du côté évaluation de la conformité. Et j'aimerais aussi souligner un autre point par rapport à notre panel d'aujourd'hui qui, ce que je pense, synthétise vraiment la situation qui existe au niveau de certains pays et qui nous permet d'avoir une idée par rapport à ce que, au niveau des bureaux des normes nationaux, il va falloir renforcer la capacité pour pouvoir être accrédité. Et on a pu voir pendant les différents partages que l'accréditation, ça coûte quand même de l'argent. Et tant que les organismes de certification au niveau des bureaux nationaux ne sont pas encore accrédités, quelles seront alors les différentes conditions qu'il faut respecter pour pouvoir accéder aux accords de reconnaissance mutuelle avec d'autres pays? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je propose à Madame Daniel de prendre la première question et en profiter pour faire votre dernier mot. Et pour la deuxième question, la première partie, M. Bodjona du Togo va répondre et faire son dernier mot. Et Ingénieur Latam for the second part about accreditation, and then your last word. Daniel.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Alors, je vais m'essayer sur la question posée par le directeur général du Congo. C'est vrai que j'avais l'impression qu'elle était plus adressée à l'ARSO, mais je vais m'essayer parce que le Cameroun a bénéficié du financement de l'ARSO pour recevoir une équipe du Kenya. L'équipe du Kenya, je parle sous le contrôle de Michael, qui nous a audité pour l'accréditation. Donc, il y avait un financement qui était octroyé au pays et KENAS, qui est l'organisme d'accréditation du Kenya, est venu nous accréditer. Et comme il a dit, ça a été un challenge parce que toutes nos procédures étaient en français. Donc, pour eux aussi, ça a été difficile de s'approprier un peu les documents en français, mais nous avons dû faire l'audit en anglais. Alors, de cette compréhension, je sais déjà que l'ARSO, comme ils ont des normes, également ils ont des programmes d'évaluation de la conformité. Et au niveau de l'ARSO, ils ont deux types de programmes. Il y a déjà le programme qu'ils appellent le ACAP, et il y a tout ce qui concerne l'éco-durabilité et autres. Et il y a également un autre programme qui concerne uniquement les normes ARSO. Donc le programme durabilité tient compte des questions de durabilité et les autres ARSO, c'est vraiment les normes ARSO. Et de ce programme, quand on sollicite un organisme d'évaluation de la conformité, c'est pour qu'il soit retenu pour certifier sur le plan national aux normes ARSO. Et c'est cette accréditation que nous avons reçue. Et le Cameroun a commencé à certifier sur le plan national des produits conformément aux normes ARSO. Alors, je suppose que c'est ça l'esprit. Et je crois que c'est même ça probablement la dynamique d'ouvrir, d'intéresser tous les pays à ce projet, à ce programme, d'avoir une accréditation pour pouvoir certifier aux normes ARSO et, si possible, aller aussi vers ces normes de durabilité ça facilitera forcément la circulation des marchandises. Et il faut dire, pour boucler, que quand ça a été présenté, nous, on s'est dit, aujourd'hui, on entend plus parler de cette accréditation dans des pays anglophones, parfois en Afrique de l'Est. Et si des opérateurs économiques venaient à demander la certification, est-ce qu'on laisserait cette part de marché aller au Kenya? Et on s'est dit, on ne va pas lâcher, on va tout faire pour avoir cette accréditation. Et le petit témoignage que je pourrais partager, on a eu peur parce qu'on s'est dit, est-ce que nous sommes prêts? On a sollicité la Tunisie pour qu'elle nous mette à niveau. Et à la fin, l'ARSO nous a mis la pression en disant, passez à l'audit d'accréditation. Nous sommes passés à l'audit et nous avons été surpris 6 mois après que nous avons été retenus. C'est vrai qu'il y avait des non-conformités à corriger, bien sûr. Donc, c'est par là que je voudrais terminer en disant c'est un programme de l'ARSO et on utilise les ONN pour poursuivre ce projet, pour certifier les produits localement. Merci.
Très bien. Donc, l'ARSO ne certifie pas. Ce sont les organismes d'évaluation de la conformité dans les pays qui certifient à la marque ARSO, l'ONMA. Monsieur Bodjona.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la question. Et comme vous l'avez si bien dit, l'ARSO ne certifie pas. Il faut le comprendre, c'est clair et net. L'ARSO ne certifie pas, mais l'ARSO accompagne les ONN à faire la certification. Nous, au niveau du Togo, nous avons été accrédités suivant la norme 17005 pour les produits. Et le COTAC, qui est l'organisme d'évaluation de la conformité, donc, a été accrédité. Et c'est le SOAC, le système ouest-africain d'accréditation, qui a accrédité le COTAC. L'accréditation, c'est la reconnaissance des compétences donc de cet organisme à pouvoir donc faire l'activité de certification. Et dès lors que nous avons été accrédités, l'ARSO qui nous a accompagnés pour que nous puissions certifier suivant les normes ARSO. Pourquoi? Parce que dans les programmes de certification, vous savez, les certifications produits, il faut le faire sur la base des programmes. Nous avions des programmes avec les normes ARSO. Et c'est dans ce sens que l'ARSO nous a accompagnés pour qu'on puisse certifier donc les entreprises avec les normes, les programmes donc avec les normes ARSO. Et une fois que cela a été fait, nous avons été autorisés par ARSO à apposer la marque ARSO de qualité. Et nous avons fait un double marquage, c'est-à-dire que nous avions la marque nationale et également la marque ARSO. Et l'ARSO était venu officiellement faire le lancement donc, de la position de cette marque-là au Togo, lors donc, du Biachara qui a eu lieu en juin. Merci. Donc, c'est clair, l'ARSO ne certifie pas, mais l'ARSO accompagne ces organismes qui sont membres, les ONN, à faire la certification, l'activité de certification.
Merci beaucoup, M. Bojana. Michael?
Thank you very much for those questions. I would like to wrap up the two questions this way. Number one, ARSO does not accredit. ARSO are the scheme owner. They are the owners of this scheme, and they are the ones who control how the scheme is played out. So they have contracted or accreditation bodies like Kenya Accreditation Service to undertake accreditation on their behalf. And once Kenya is given that arrangement, they go to a national standards body or even a private body, because I've seen there are interest from even private certification bodies. But they'll go there, they will assess and accredit the certification body based on the scheme. The scheme that we currently accredit is Scheme D for dog, which is for sustainability. And like the other schemes, like the D mark, that is the double standard, national standards mark that my colleague has talked about, requires a lot of other rigorous testing. But this is a scheme checking on a product that has already been certified under the national laws, but goes up and above to see issues of sustainability. If just to wrap up, the last part of it is that in terms of cost, we've mentioned the cost, but I know that with the certification bodies that we've accredited, ARSO has got an arrangement with them such that for the first year, ARSO pays 70%, and the client pays 30%. And I'm also aware that even that client downstream also gets some funding to enable the small, medium enterprises to get their products certified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Catherine, in 2 minutes, your last word.
Thank you. Maybe just shortly. I think when it comes to financing and cost, what we were supporting was the quality mark with ARSO. We are already working very closely. We have a financial agreement. This is where you see a lot of the outcomes on what has happened so far. Because mainly we were supporting the technical committee work. But now, as you say, like a lot of the standards are in place. No, what is happening now? So we supported them substantially, but now the next logical consequence would also be to support the quality mark. So we have this agreement, and we're focusing on some of the priority products of the AfCFTA. And yeah, just make it very short. We believe that if there's an easily recognizable, widely known and respected ARSO quality mark, it will really truly benefit to all. So that's
Thank you very much. Antoine, for the last word.
Thank you, Moderator. I think we see this scheme as an opportunity for SMEs, let's say, to have the local efforts in terms of conformity be recognized at the continental level. And that's why we, as Cotecna, we also, eager to know more about this program, and also we are interested. And I will see that Cotecna bring the task force here today with my Vice President and also our regional manager to understand better and also promote this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antoine. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. This wrap up this session on conformity assessment. Now I invite our panelists to come forward to collect your gift from, I don't know if the gift is from Kenya or from ARSO. From ARSO Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for our moderator. Very well done. For our panelists, thank you. Very well done. We have a token of appreciation to say thank you. So allow me to just call the names as we give the token of appreciation. We'll start with Ruben. Director Ruben, thank you very much. And then we go straight to our moderator, Director General Dion. Thank you so much. Nadine, let me give you this as you, yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Lisa? Yes, so we'll look at the photo session there. Thank you, Nadine. We will also appreciate Project Coordinator Catherine Wundelich from Technical Cooperation. Please look at the camera. Thank you. You can go back to line. We'll just take a group photo. Antion Annie, Regional Director, Commercial VOC, Conteca. Thank you very much. Nadine, please. You can. Next, we have Engineer Michael Talam, Acting Chief Manager, Certification and Inspection at KENAS. Thank you. Madam Danielle, thank you so much for your insights. Thank you. Thank you for participating as a panelist in the African Day for Standardization. Mr. Bojona from Togo, last but not least, we didn't forget you. Thank you very much. And then we'll have a group photo. Yes, now move to the center, please. Look at the camera there. A round of applause, dear participants and delegates. Thank you so much for participating in that very insightful panel discussion. It's now 4:33 and we hope to wrap up at exactly 5. So I'm hoping this next session will be as informative, but what we were told in the morning, short and sweet. I wanted to combine it to harmonize short and sweet. So we go to session 3, and it's EcoMark Africa certification and the voluntary sustainability. So the theme is aligning standards, certification, and trade policy with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals to accelerate sustainable industrialization and development in Africa. The purpose of this session, distinguished delegates, is to discuss the EcoMark Africa certification scheme and the initiatives being undertaken by the ARSO and its partners to support SMEs and certification bodies in implementing the program. It will further discuss how EcoMark Africa and voluntary sustainability standards and eco-certification are enabling sustainable trade and industrial transformation in Africa. Without much to say, I'd like to welcome on stage the moderator of this session, who is M. Chesami Mbah Emmanuel, who's the Chancellor Technique from ANOR. Let's give him a round of applause, please, as he comes on stage. Until he reaches the stage, distinguished participants, thank you very much. The floor is yours. You can invite the participants, and as always, make it short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Jambo, Salam. Before I will start, I would like us to give a hand of applause to the government and people of Kenya, KEBS, ARSO, for the great announcement the Vice President or the Deputy President made during this 32nd General Assembly. ARSO has a place now. Without much ado, I would like to call on the discussants to come to stage so that we maximize time to edify the audience on the EcoMark Africa Certification and Voluntary Sustainability Standards. I would like to call on Mr. Henry Richard Kenera, Chairman of ARSO Cocoa. Please, can we give him a hand of applause as he walks to the stage? Mr. Nathan Singabwa, CEO Zambia Bureau of Standards, ZAPS. Miss Rupal Verma, Sustainability Initiative IISD. Ms. Maxine Witt, Program Manager, ECHOS. Jos Sisu and Julius Mbura. Dr. Celestine Gatara-Iya, Director of Research and Development, Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO. I would like to call on Ms. Rupal Verma to give a rundown of this theme that we're going to discuss this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the moderator. Maybe if we can quickly have the slides. And very good afternoon, once again, good evening to everybody. And thank you, of course, to ARSO and Kenya, as has already been mentioned, for hosting us. I have been given a very difficult task to share very technical information in the last session, and I see most of you almost waiting for the coffee, so I will try to be very quick, and I will try to explain everything that I have to say as quickly as I can. So please excuse me if I'm moving a little bit fast, but I will be outside after the session, and I'm sure we can discuss some things also in the Q&A. So we have been talking since morning about harmonization, since yesterday also about harmonization. What we still miss a bit is understanding harmonization with what and with who. Of course, one thing that has been really discussed at length is harmonizing within Africa the standards that we see. But what I have heard here since morning, and I have been speaking to many of the people outside in the exhibition area, that it's also important to harmonize and align with international requirements. And that is exactly the work that we have been doing with ARSO for about 4 or 5 years now, which I will be trying to summarize in the next 10 minutes. Next slide, please. So I will walk a bit through the scene. And what I want you to take away from this small talk that I will do is 3 things: how selected ARSO standards look like when benchmarked against leading international standards, international sustainability standards. The second, how selected international ARSO standards work against the due diligence practices, due diligence here being the OECD due diligence requirements, which I will also talk about in a bit. And the third and the most important and my most favorite is how ARSO agriculture and forestry standards align with or can support compliance with the European Union deforestation-free regulation. Next, please. And I think we can skip because we have heard a lot and I have already talked about why it's so important to align these standards. Of course, quality and price are one thing that is definitely needed for market access. But what we hear now is standards need to also support giving proof of sustainability attributes. And this is important, so of course, to access market, but also to reduce the cost of compliance amongst the SMEs and the small businesses that are in big number present in the continent. So the very first thing that I shared with you, what is happening when we try to benchmark selected ARSO standards against international standards. And for this, we selected the ARSO agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture standards. I briefly explained the methodology in the next slide. So as I said, we selected 3 international standards per sector. So for agriculture, we use Rainforest Alliance, Fair Trade, Global Gap. For forestry, we use the Forest Certification Council, the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC, and PEFC. And in the aquaculture, we had the ASC Aquaculture and the Global Gap standard. We use these and the ARSO standards to benchmark against a framework that we developed based on 120 indicators, which covered environment, social, and governance attributes. The idea here was not to see, how both these standards are compare how these standards perform, but the idea was more to see where ARSO is already strong in performance in international requirements, and what are the areas that we can really strengthen going further and work together with you to really make sure that ARSO standards, when they're on an international platform, are equally robust and credible. Next slide, please. So here you can see a very quick snapshot. This is also almost a 60-page report, which you see now in a slide. What we found out, essentially, is that ARSO standards are very strong in social attributes. They have very strong labor rights, living wages. In the aquaculture, living wages requirements even extend and go beyond what the international standards require. What we then identified was that there are still a lot of opportunities to strengthen the ARSO standards. For instance, for agriculture, you will see an agriculture forestry boards. There is missing the criteria for conversion of forests into anything else, like agriculture land or for timber or for other use purposes. This is something that ARSO standards really need to include in order to not just strengthen with international standards, but we will see also with mostly international regulatory frameworks. In aquaculture, the standard was one of the very strong performing standards. Even some requirements went beyond the international ones, but what was one thing that was missing would be to include high conservation value areas and also include protection of indigenous species. That is in summary for international standards. The second part with due diligence, I'm not sure how many of us already know about due diligence, but for those of us who are less aware of due diligence is an OECD concept, and OECD launched about 50 years ago in 1976, the responsible business conduct, yeah? And in the responsible business conduct was where they included due diligence. Due diligence in 2011, had 6 steps which they incorporated, which you can see on the screen now. The first one was to embed responsible conduct. The second, to identify and assess risk. The third, to mitigate that risk or seize and prevent in the best case scenario. The fourth, to track. Fifth, to communicate what you have been doing. And sixth, to remediate. We used a similar assessment framework, but now you will see a different kind of indicator assessment that we developed in line with the OECD due diligence. Maybe the next slide. And here, what I want you to take away from this slide is certainly that voluntary standards and national standards and regional standards do not necessarily, have the imperative to align with OECD. But it is also very important that they know how these steps are included in these standard processes and can guide their own businesses, producers, and people who are complying with these standards to really meet the OECD due diligence component. You can see ARSO has a lot of strengths already. We discussed human rights, for instance, is strong in all of the standards. There are also a lot of requirements to mitigate, a lot of requirements to track. ARSO has been very open and has developed a lot of public domains which talk about its standards, and also there's grievance processes. So it has very strong points across the 6 steps. But where there is work needed to be done is to make it more harmonized, as we have been discussing, make it more structured. There is a missing due diligence framework completely from the standards, which is very important to include as one of the main things, if I can reiterate. And the second one is to increase transparency. We talked a lot about how it's important to harmonize, how it's important to talk about the standards with the same language, but that can only happen if the standards are easily, freely, and publicly accessible. And also the grievance documents, summary of audit findings, who is certified, is all also publicly available. So those are the 2 main things that we took away from the due diligence mapping that we did for selected ARSO standards. Next slide. And perhaps my most favorite part with what is happening with the European Union deforestation-free regulation. Again, for most of us who are less aware with the EUDR is a recent regulation that the EU has launched, which covers, I think, a selected set of commodities: coffee, cocoa, palm oil, rubber, soy, off the top of my head, and some of its associated products. So very much things that are produced in the continent. The intent with the EU is that whatever is produced cannot be placed on the EU market if certain requirements of the EU cannot be met. Those requirements being the product has to prove that it is not associated with deforestation, so it comes from deforestation-free land, and it is legal. So those are the 2 main requirements that we have to abide by, and which is what we, as working with ARSO, understand that, of course, there are many international standards that are working for this alignment, but ARSO being the regional, having a regional presence and being more regionally located, has a bigger role to play in this compliance. So we then developed another framework to benchmark ARSO standards, ARSO agriculture and forestry standards, against the EUDR, where we have 47 indicators in our framework, and 6 themes. So we have risk management, legality, deforestation-free, traceability, transparency, and governance. All of them derive from the EUDR regulation itself or the guidance documents that the EU provides. Next slide, please. So you can see here a very beautiful heat map, but I don't like to put red as a color in my heat map, so it goes from dark green to almost light green. Where you see the dark green is where ARSO standards, both agriculture and forestry, are relatively strong in alignment with EUDR. Then you see some of them which have almost 25 to 50% alignment with the lighter green, and the lightest one is where there is almost a lot more work needed for both the ARSO standards to really help its producers, its operators, its businesses align and meet with the EUDR requirements. Next slide, please. I will be quickly sharing a few key highlights from the 6 themes that we analyze for both agriculture and forestry. The first one for risk management. Risk management means you being able to manage your risks. Risks being environmental risks, social risks, governance risks, and we did see a lot of that happening or coming through with the ARSO conformity assessment documents. What I was saying before and what needs to be strengthened further in ARSO standards is to include a more structured risk assessment protocol, how risk assessment needs to be done in corporates and businesses that comply with the standards, but also to include some categories from the EUDR regulation which are relevant for African context. The second, legality. Legality, as the name suggests, means compliance with laws, and ARSO already requires compliance with all national laws of production. So there is very little room here to really go beyond. But what can be done is an instance where they know some countries or situations to have context of bribery or corruption, then the intent would be to explicitly include those laws and regulation also in the revision of the standards. The third one is deforestation free, which is the most important if anybody wants to access the EU markets now, which are regulated under the EUDR, is that the products cannot come from a land which is associated with deforestation. And for that, there is a strict cutoff date that the EU places, which is 31st December 2020, missing from both ARSO agriculture and forestry standards. So that is an immediate next step that we would really call upon the ARSO agriculture and forestry standards to take up. The next slide. The last three themes, traceability. Traceability means being able to trace the product from where it grew the first time to when it is placed on the market. With the EUDR, of course, it is that you have certain chain of custody models included, and you also have a plot of land requirement to trace where the product was placed. ARSO does have some component of chain of custody, though it can still explicitly mention which chain of custody requirements are allowed in both of their standards, and most certainly can include these geolocations, perhaps working together with governments within Africa, so producers are not having the burden to make these plots of lands. The last two, rather the stronger components of both ARSO standards, transparency. Yes, indeed, ARSO does have a new online platform. There is listed standards out there, what it can do to strengthen it, and it also comes up in our greenwashing assessments with ARSO, is to really make sure that these standards are publicly accessible, free to download, nobody needs to register, and to provide extra information like its audit summaries or some findings of its certain audit systems. Governance is a very strong area, so I will not dwell on that. We know ARSO is very strong. Again, apologies for rushing through. I know I tried to make it in the 10-minute window allocated to me, but you see the link here. We have published all these results in a very nice Tableau or interactive dashboard that all of you are free to interact with. So please feel free to go to the link and make sure you explore that. If any questions, reach out to me. The last point that I want to really make with my closing slides is, of course, ARSO. The standards are very strong, more strong than many of the national standards that we have assessed and evaluated. So there is a very strong foundation that we have with the existing ARSO standards. With a little bit of help and a little bit of support throughout the revision processes, these standards can grow better and not just facilitate harmonization and facilitate market access within the continent, but most certainly also open up new markets which are now more and more regulated. We continue working with that. Thank you to ARSO with their cocoa, I think, coffee and palm oil standards, and also on certain greenwashing attributes. With that, thank you very much. I wish you a very nice rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Rupa, for giving us the perspectives and the synopsis for the theme under discussion this evening. This is a very special and key area that ARSO and developing countries of Africa need to take advantage of and to actually use it to promote the Eco Mark Africa. In this regard, I would like to call on the CEO of Zambia, Mr. Nathan Zingabwa, to kindly tell us, edify us on what Zambia has been able to do in this regard on conformity assessment in support of sustainable production and eco-labeling, which are also considered, which constitute like technical barriers to trade to small and medium-sized enterprises that we are fighting to promote. Can you edify us on what you've been able to do? We would like to listen to you, sir.
Thank you very much. As Zambia, we have established a conformity assessment which is credible, and it has a strong foundation because we talk about conformity assessment issues. When we talk about it, we are talking about it being established through ZAB standards or national standards, so to speak, and also testing services, as well as certification services. So, as we heard, I think, from the previous panel, they talked about Zambia being accredited to provide ECOMAC-related certification services. Yes, we've been accredited to provide such services. We just started recently, and the sectors that we are certifying on this program are aquaculture, coffee, and tea as well. But we are looking forward again for expansion of other sectors in terms of sectors like tourism and also forestry. So far, we have certified about 6 companies. One of the companies is not in Zambia. One of the companies in Malawi. So those are some of the milestones that we have achieved. And because of this engagement with ARSO, we have worked well with ARSO to provide capacity building of ZAB's personnel, not only ZAB's personnel, but also SMEs in Zambia in collaboration with the ARSO as well. So now, probably the question can arise to say, what is ECOMAC Africa bringing to industry? What is it that has changed, that will change the industry? Yes, obviously, the audience is aware that ECOMAC always encourages business to integrate environmental protection, responsible resource utilization, including social responsibility. But not only that, but also economic sustainability. So if the company integrates these two, then they can be able to be certified because they are meeting the requirement of the ECOMAC. But of course, as we encourage SMEs and others to ensure that they're certified under this provision or under this scheme, there are some challenges that the SMEs are facing. One of it is non-harmonized requirements. You find that you go to another market, to another country, there's a different standard, different from the standard that we have in Zambia. And not only that, even technical regulations, you find that they are different from one country to another, including also other conformity assessment requirements. You find that they are different from one country to another, making it impossible for SMEs to penetrate to a new market. Then in addition to that, there's also another challenge which SMEs do face, that is the limited specialized testing capacity. Some of them maybe outsource these services on sustainability, product safety testing, and it is outsourced, they go to other countries, which is costly, as well as it increases the turnaround time. So that's the second challenge. What about the third challenge? It is a challenge to do with the cost and capacity constraints. Sometimes, in order for them to implement requirements, in order for them to be certified under the ECOMAC, that means they have to put things in order, and that is quite costly. Then even the capacity in terms of technical expertise as well, and personnel needed to implement sustainability requirements, you find that they may not have. So these are some of the challenges that SMEs face in Zambia, probably even in other countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. You've continue to do the best so that you cover Zambia in terms of this theme, and then bring good results to the ARSO and the entire Africa. We need SMEs in Zambia to trade across all the 54 member countries of Africa that make up Africa. With that, I would like to call on discussants to be very brief and straight to the point, because we're fighting against time. Instead of 2 questions, I would ask just 1. And you try to edify the audience with pertinent, salient points that would actually help them go home with something vital from your answer. With this, I would like to hand the floor to Henry Richard Kimera, Chairman of ARSO Cocoa. And with this, I want to ask, with over 450 eco-labels now in global circulation and growing consumer skepticism about greenwashing, what specific safeguards can make EcoMark Africa's sustainability claim verifiable enough to earn genuine trust, and how can it distinguish itself from less rigorous private labels? Mr. Henry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, or the moderator. Consumers worldwide, we get confused. Most of the times we think those that are knowledgeable, educated, cannot be scammed. So with all these challenges, you find that both those who are knowledgeable and non-knowledgeable all get scammed. So to put the EcoMark label or EcoMark at the center stage and for it to sustain, there is a need to build trust, the trust of consumers. There will need to be independency in its awarding. There will be need also to be transparent. Our keynote speaker raised some of the issues where once it is transparent, it is traceable, it is verifiable, and it is not a slogan, but it is out of science of sustainability, then the consumers will gain trust. And once this trust is gained, it is going to be very hard for the schemers, the fraudsters, to scheme the consumers with greenwash. With the aspects of accountability, with the modern age in digitalization, consumers are in position to verify. And once they verify that this EcoMark is correct, this is the issue behind it, consumers can trust. But what needs to be done with all this trust built and confidence? Consumers need to be educated continuously, to be shown the benefits. To date, the role of responsible consumption and production can only be hinged and grown, sustained by knowledgeable consumers. Consumers knowing that this is not wasting the resources, as in natural resources. This is not wasting my hard-earned money. This is not a healthy threat to me, bringing in the element of One Health. So the continuous awareness is going to be key, and it can only be done through partnerships. Just imagine we all partner and we are knowledgeable. I was telling the journalists a few days ago that remove your heart of being a journalist and wear your heart of a consumer. The knowledge you get, earlier it was mentioned that we are 400 delegates here. Just imagine all of us being ambassadors of the ECOMAC. We go back at our respective engagement. We are speaking about the trust and confidence, the transparency, the accountability, the verifiability that is in the ECOMAC. This will help spread the news and build the trust. Engage the media in all this. I have got a success story back home where we have got to engage the media in issues they were not thinking about. Food safety stories and speaking out, bringing the voices from the last mile to the national level. Just imagining if the media, the journalists in Africa are all speaking about the ECOMAC. Won't that make a difference? Tourism, talking about it in agro-processing, talking about it in nearly every sector. That will be something great. Continuous advocacy to get political will. This needs a Marshall Plan where great investment is done by countries, also going down to countries, national standard bodies, becoming key ambassadors. We need all of us to move away from here wearing the ECOMAC, and we scale it down to the national level. The other aspect, to enable consumers not to be greenwashed, is their continuous participation, opening doors for consumers to participate. But to realize this, it needs building their capacity as individuals and as groupings. And there is one thing that I will pray to the national standard bodies. I chair the Consumer Committee, but we only have 12 countries out of the 44. Can you please bring on board consumer representatives on the national standard processes? May you please build their capacity. The consumers are the market. Once they are knowledgeable, they are a big game changer. So, I have a committee, Working Group 5, which is on environmental awareness and eco-labeling. But its participation by nations is low. We need to formalize and make it easy for consumers to participate on these key issues. So this is my appeal to you, a call to you of action. Please bring more consumer bodies, consumer representatives, because the consumers are key drivers in changing the narratives that we are faced with. They will be very key in one certificate, one standard, one testing, and the same applies here. So, Mr. Moderator, that is my appeal. We need to simplify and localize the ECOMAC so that a day-to-day person, consumer, can distinguish it from the thousands or the hundreds that are marketed every day. Can we market the ECOMAC the way other market products are marketed, other labels are marketed, so that it becomes a household name and consumers can identify with it on whichever product it is bought? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry Richard, for the clarion call you made. You've made to the entire continent to be able to sell the ECOMAC Africa to all nooks and crannies, to all Africans, so that people should be aware about the mark and to be able to identify it anywhere they go. I think I will not belabor the point again, but the audience is aware that they have an assignment. You've given them an assignment to continue to vulgarize the EcoMark Africa so that every Tom, Dick, Harry in any nook or cranny in Africa should be able to identify it and to know it. There are many modes of communication. I think we need to put all of them into use so that we reach out to the greatest number for the greatest good of the mark. With that, I would like to call on expert Rupa to, I would like her to tell us about what the things that the IISD and ARSO benchmarking will do to Africa's bid to uphold the sustainability standards with things in comparison to with regards to international voluntary standards.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the question. And perhaps it hinges very nicely to what the previous panelist was saying, is what we have been working since a couple of years with ARSO is to build this very trust and credibility in the ARSO systems that all consumers can accept these standards, recognize these standards, and they know that they're built upon systems that are very robust and credible. Perhaps at the risk of also asking, because I see a lot of the audience members, how many of us were born before 1976? A show of hands, how many of us were born before 1976? 1, 2, 3 or 4. So just in 1976 is what happened is the responsible business conduct. We at IISD have been working together with ARSO to really build on this 50-year-old concept of responsible business conduct, which just goes on to say that this is a very strong foundation to build on. It's not something that was developed just yesterday, and now we are trying to, build the ARSO standards, improve the ARSO standards, strengthen the ARSO standards on just something that was very recent. It has been long-standing, and a lot of international standards base their requirements on these very principles. Regulations are based on these very principles. So I think the benchmarking process that we have been doing with ARSO has shown us very clearly that a lot of elements in the standards are already based on very strong foundations. There's very strong in-country work that they have done and leveraged, also continental expertise that they have. There's only very little work that needs to be done together to make sure the standard is credible. It is accepted. It's not just accepted within the region, but I think a true trust would come when it starts getting acknowledged. I'm not even talking about recognition, but just when it gets acknowledged by various international bodies, regulations start acknowledging, and we've seen that already happen with many standards. So the day is not very far away. Hopefully, fingers crossed, all of us can work together to make that happen for ARSO standards.
Thank you, Roma, for the very intelligent briefing. We keep on, there is always room for improvement. We will keep on doing the needful to be able to get to the end of our objective in order to help the continent, help ARSO. With that, I would like to call on Ms. Maxine Witt, Program Manager, ECOS. As an organization whose mandate is to ensure the environmental voice is heard in standard development, what role can ECOS play in collaborating with ARSO to strengthen the environmental rigor and credibility of the EcoMark Africa voluntary VSS criteria? For example, on circular economy, toxic-free materials, and biodiversity as the scheme scales across new sectors. Can you edify us on this with very brief, pertinent points? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for that question. As you may know, or some of you may know, ECOS is an environmental NGO, and those topics that you mentioned are very critical to the work that we do. So for those who may not know ECOS, we are an international environmental NGO working on policies, legislation, and standards for the environment, where we give technical expertise to make sure that we have the right environmental ambition when these tools are being developed. So we participate as stakeholders around the table and give in environmental expertise. So on the aspect of voluntary sustainability standards, this is one of the areas we work on. And as you may have heard, VSS has various components. It's on environment, it's on social, but it's also on governance issues. And for us, we primarily focus on the environmental aspect, but also on how the schemes are actually being implemented, because the devil is usually in the details when it comes to implementation, and that's where we usually miss the mark when it comes to VSS and also other standards. So unfortunately, VSS can and has been used multiple times for greenwashing, as you've heard also from other panelists and also from the presentation. And this challenge usually arises, for example, for in the implementation of the VSS itself. So it's usually arising from things like unsubstantiated claims, and also the lack of scientific methodology that's quite accurate in terms of impact measurement. And if I can use a very different example from standardization, just to explain this point. So for example, if we decide we want to have somebody X lose weight, and that is the goal, so that could be like the criteria that's within the standard. And one VSS has an indicator of how are we going to measure this person is losing weight, is they're going to the gym. And VSS2 decides how are we going to measure this person is losing weight. Did he go to the gym or did she go to the gym? How many calories did they actually lose? What was their starting point? What did they finish with? So now we start coming to the actual crux of what it means to have real impact measurement. In the same way in VSS, scope, and for them it's just the indicator is just, are you using solar power? And if it's a yes, then that's it. The other one could be really getting into the crux of the details. How much are you using the solar power? What is the percentage in comparison to other energy sources? How has it made a difference in your work? So for us as an environmental organization, it's really to actually get into the details of what it means at this very technical level to make sure that we are speaking the same language. And the challenge with VSS is that there isn't a lot of room for comparability and communicating environmental information. Because as a consumer, if I look at a product that is certified or has a label, I'll just look at the label. So if we use the example, for example, of the EcoMark label, it's either gold, silver, or bronze, or I think there's platinum as well. And that is for ARSO. And another one could have similar characteristics, and they have their own gold, their own bronze, their own silver. But how can I compare the gold of the EcoMark label with the gold of another VSS? What does this actually mean? So, as an environmental organization, working within these technical aspects, we give technical expertise in VSS implementation and development, showing the implication of some of those minute things that we may think are very minute, but when it comes to implementation, really make a difference. We look at definitions, we push for transparency and accountability of impact measurement, and of course, because we work on a broad range of environmental topics, we have different technical expertise within our secretariat, but also within a group of environmental experts that are global, and we work on different topics, for example, textiles, food, plastics, chemicals, building materials, just to name a few. And with this technical expertise, I believe we can harness the network that we have, the expertise within the NSBs and whoever are working also at the ARSO level, at the regional level, so that we can work together to implement more robust standards, more robust implementation mechanisms for VSS. Thank you.
Thank you. Your intervention is quite important, and what you do is very, very important, but overall, I will exhort you to continue to deepen and widen your research, because there's a lot of things that you still have to do to cover. For example, we are Africans. We have laws and customs that are handed down to us by our forefathers with nothing written. It becomes challenging now to want to eco-label the bark of a tree that heals, seeds that grow in the wild, how you can harvest them sustainably. These are challenges that I urge your organization to look into critically alongside scientific explanations that would help us exploit them judiciously to protect our ecosystem. With that, I would thank you for your intervention. I would like to get to Mr. Julius Mbura of Enable. I would like to ask you, Mr. Julius, how can ARSO and Enable, I think is your association, right? Yes, collaborate to ensure that sustainability standards and certification schemes also advance accessibility in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UNCRPD, and the African Disability Protocol, ADP. Can you briefly explain it to us, to the audience, so that we get to know how you contribute to this?
Thank you very much. I want to start with a thought. In this digital era, where do you think persons with disabilities lie? And with all this digital development and advancements, where do you think persons with disabilities are supposed to fit in? As Enable, we are a non-profit organization that empowers persons with disabilities through digital accessibility and assistive technology. I feel strongly that Enable should be the voice of accessibility and disability inclusion when it comes to sustainable standards and certification. Why? Because in our perspective, the sustainability that we talk about should and must include social inclusion, so that persons with disabilities can access and use products and services. Because remember, if a product or service is not fully accessible to persons with disabilities, then it's actually not sustainable at all, you know? And in this, we say that digital accessibility is actually not just a compliance requirement. Digital accessibility is a business opportunity. And this enables companies to have access, sizable market of 15. According to WHO, it's actually 16% of the Africa's population. You cannot avoid or ignore that population, you know? So with digital accessibility, there's a lot that is brought forth, and it should be built into standards, into digital platforms, into certification criteria, and also stakeholder engagement from the start, so that when we are unveiling products and services, they are fully compliant. And those ones that are not, they can actually be upgraded to be accessible and include persons with disabilities. To your question, moderator, Enable and ARSO can collaborate to maintain accessibility as an opportunity and as a right, not just as a compliance requirement. ARSO and Enable has an opportunity to help sectors and industries to see the gains that digital accessibility can bring. You know, with digital accessibility, we're supposed to treat it as a core part of sustainability to ensure that with sustainability, it translates disability rights into measurable requirements for manufacturers, governments, procurement agencies, certification bodies. And together with ARSO, Enable can establish certification, structured engagements with certification bodies, with SMEs, and also with organizations of persons with disabilities to embed digital accessibility into the ECOMAC Africa standards and also the certification criteria, but also, most importantly, embed into the digital platforms that we are using that are accessible to everyone. And with this, we can have application of digital accessibility into the certification process, having accessible information, having meaningful participation of persons with disabilities, and also very clear reviews and complaint mechanisms to ensure that no one is left behind. With the ongoing development of standards, ARSO should collaborate with Enable to ensure that the ICT accessibility standards also align to the global accessibility standards to ensure that what we produce locally and what is produced globally, they all adhere to the standards that are there for accessibility. What do I mean? Let me just demonstrate, just 20 seconds. For everyone, and most people, especially sighted people, this device that I'm holding is actually a luxury. That's why people will run for the latest iPhones, the latest Samsung releases. But to me, this is actually the bridging gap of me and technology. This becomes my virtual eye. With a screen reader, let me just demonstrate. I don't know if you can hear.
Extras folder, doc, mail, no one. Sanwan Alliance Unit Trust, yesterday. The Google Workspace team, yesterday. Bullet, you now have exclusive access to AI features.
What I just demonstrated is my day-to-day interaction with technology. And all thanks to global standards, accessibility standards, I'm able to get a phone and activate accessibility features that are available to anyone in the world. And that way, I'm able to be at par with the society. If this phone didn't have the accessibility features, just think in the aspect of the ECOMAC Africa standards. If either a portal, a form, or a guidance document is not accessible, then an entrepreneur who has a disability is actually locked out even before certification starts. Remember, Africa is building a digital economy. We don't want to leave persons with disabilities behind. Enable is ready to work with ARSO to ensure that with standards, with trade, and with the translation to the green economy, no one is left behind. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Yes, we have all heard what Julius has said, and you are on point. You are on point, and each and every one here is taking note and has taken note of what you are saying. We are going to incorporate your very, very brilliant suggestions into the work program of ARSO in as much as it concerns the less privileged in society. You have to enjoy your fundamental rights, your natural rights given by the original source, the creator. I appreciate you for representing your folks here and for underscoring your needs, the importance of your needs, and how you need to integrate into this modern, fast-paced, moving world. It is going to be incorporated into the work program of ARSO. Thank you very much. Without much ado, I would like to call on to ask Dr. Celestine Gataria, Gataria, Director of Research and Development, Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO. What are the main capacity constraints facing African coffee producers and the conformity assessment bodies that serve them, e.g., skills, equipment, accreditation, and what are your organization's plans to bridge these gaps in cooperation with ARSO?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Just want to, to say about AYACO first. AYACO, it's a intergovernmental organization in charge of coffee, the African coffee. It's actually one of the oldest organizations in Africa. We are now 66 years old. It was established in 1960. So we have headquarters in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. It's an organization of 25 member countries, all coffee producing countries. But now with the new agreement, we can also allow other members, the African consuming countries, to join the organization. We are also a specialized agency of the African Union in charge of coffee. So our activities are mainly, around 4 pillars. One is the advocacy for the African coffee sector. So the second one is the coordination of research. And then we have also to strengthening, the public-private sector through what we call, the African Coffee Week, where we have the private sector association, like AFCA, and then there's also another one called ACRAM. So this platform, the African Coffee Week, is actually organized every year, where AYACO activities, all the coffee activities for Africa, we have them for during that African Coffee Week. So the next one is going to be in Kampala, Uganda, in February. So the fourth pillar is the capacity building. So we provide the capacity building, promote the domestic consumption for the coffee, but also, the intra-Africa coffee trade. Now, when we are talking about the intra-Africa coffee trade, promoting domestic coffee consumptions, we cannot talk about that without even talking about the standards. I think that's where now the standards have really to come in, especially the African standards for the African intra-Africa trade. So what we see is the challenges, as you're asking, these challenges that we have in the coffee sector, they're actually cross-cutting challenges also with the other sectors. It's commonly the lack of capacity and the resources, to comply, to meet the requirements of these standards within the producers. I think this is a big challenge that we see. the capacity and resources to meet the requirements. So it's basically the issue is the limited technical knowledge on the sustainability standard, the weak record keeping and traceability systems. This is actually common. Inadequate access to testing and inspection services, the high cost of certification. I think this one, has been also said. But the other issue that we see in the coffee sector is also the lack of motivation. Because you may find, for example, that when you have the certification, it doesn't guarantee you the access, necessarily the access to the market, or the premium price that can cover the additional costs that you made for, for complying with this certification. I think these are the key challenges that we see in the coffee sector. And for the conformity assessment challenges, we also still see the limited skills among the conformity assessment bodies, the inadequate laboratories, and sometimes also the lack of accreditation for these laboratories, the high cost and fragmentation of certification, which can lead, to multiple audits unnecessarily. I think this is also another issue that we see with the conformity assessment challenges. So I think that's where now by collaborating with the ARSO, we really need to, to create an enabling environment that can allow the producers, to understand, implement, and comply with these standards. That's where the collaboration with the IACO now and the ARSO comes in. We already have an existing MOU. IACO has an existing MOU with the ARSO to work on this. This MOU is actually around, promoting development of harmonized and harmonization of the coffee standard in Africa, the capacity building, the mobilization of investment for Africa coffee sector, and facilitating exchange of information. Now, within this framework of collaboration with the ARSO, ARSO developed the standard, the IRS 1877. That's the sustainability standard for coffee. I think that's the standard that we have today. It was approved last year by ARSO General Assembly in Zanzibar. So the provision of the coffee sustainability standard that we already have with the ARSO meets the requirement of EcoMark Africa and aligned with the European deforestation regulation, like we had in the presentations. So, which means the way forward within this discussion with the ARSO is how to work together to support the implementation of this standard and to help also the coffee stakeholders comply with the EUDR requirements while strengthening the sustainability and competitiveness. So we are confident and believe that when we comply with this standard, the IRS 1877, it will also allow the people who are complying with this will also be facilitated to comply automatically with the EUDR. So the discussions that are going on now with ARSO is to raise the awareness and advocate for its recognition, so the recognition of the IRS 1877 in the European market, as this one has started. If it is recognized internationally, I think that's it will also allow for people, when they're implementing the EDR, they're also going to be facilitated. So other area of collaboration between IACO and ARSO on this standard include the capacity building for farmers, the cooperatives and SMEs to support compliance with the standard, as well as strengthening traceability system. This can, for instance, include training on good agronomic practices, environmental sustainability, quality management, documentation, and traceability. So we believe that the success with this collaboration between IACO and ARSO is actually founded on ARSO leadership on standard and IACO's expertise in the coffee industry, but also the network that we have within Africa through our member states and the institution. So we will continue working together with ARSO to see how we can promote the standard while we're also promoting the intra-Africa coffee trade and the coffee sector in general, the African coffee sector in general. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Celestine, for your brilliant analysis as answer. If I may add, you, Dr. Celestine, you can incorporate issues of geographical indication in your search for a standard or an update to your standard, because that's a peculiarity Africa needs in its coffee sector, because highland coffee is different from lowland coffee in terms of taste. Just like Cameroon is having cocoa that is found nowhere on earth, brown cocoa, and it has a particular taste. So they are in the process of protecting it, just like the Oku white honey. That's the only honey that's like milk all over the world, and it is produced in Cameroon. It is protected under IP laws globally too. That's food for thought. Any question from the floor? We would like to take a question. Yes, ma'am?
Merci. Je suis Marina Pemba, directeur général de l'Agence gabonaise de normalisation. Un peu à la suite de l'exposé du docteur Célestine, ma question serait, existe-t-il des mécanismes de reconnaissance mutuelle ou une forme d'équivalence qui serait formelle entre éco-marques et de possibles labels communautaires africains? L'idée étant bien sûr de réduire les coûts de certification ou de recertification. Merci.
Yes, let me give you this one.
Yeah, thanks. I think the question of the sustainability, the coffee sustainability, actually is going to solve many problems, like those ones that we've been saying on the indications. Because most of these certification, like the geographical indications, if we are talking about the terroir, for example, it's about traceability, it's about sustainability. So we're thinking that when we're implementing this ARS 1877, the coffee sustainability, we are actually going to cover most of these other certifications that we have, especially that are based on the sustainability. So what you're saying is true. The IRS 1877 is actually going to also help in complying with the geographical indications, for example, labellisation. And most of the country have started working on this, because we, as the African coffee industry, exporting the coffee, adding value to the coffee sector, we have also to make sure that where the coffee is coming from, the traceability, and where we are sending it, at least they have to be that kind of, the single origin of coffee when we are sending it. It's about the terroir. If we are sending coffee, for example, like a coffee from, I don't know if Mombasa they grow coffee, but maybe coffee from Kirinyaga or coffee from somewhere else, it's sold on the market as a single origin like that, as a terroir. It gives actually more value and more price on that. But we have also to make sure that what we are thinking of, the price is going to be, they're going to be a premium price. It actually happens, you know. If I'm selling a coffee from somewhere, a terroir, a very known terroir, that coffee has to have, you know, the premium price, and I have to make sure that it has it. Otherwise, if it is sold like other coffees, then there is no motivation, and then there is no need, you know, to do that kind of terroir. I think that's where we have also to work together with our member countries and different organizations, those ones especially that are doing these geographical indications, because it is important that making awareness of the coffee sustainability is going also to help complying with these other certifications. But the key important moderator is the markets. When you have this certified product, you have to make sure that there is access to the market and there is also a premium price. This will definitely give the motivation to the producers and those ones who are meeting the requirements.
Thank you. Thank you for your explanation. I want to say that we've come to the end of this session. Let's give a hand of applause to the discussants, and we thank you for your patience and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you deserve another round of applause. It's encouraging to see such passion in the conversation, such rich insights from the panelists. Thank you so much. I just didn't want them to clap, but we want to also give you a token of appreciation. And to do this, I'd like to call on stage the Technical Director at ARSO, Ruben Gisore, who will do the honors of giving the token of appreciation to the panelists. And we will start with our very able moderator, Mr. Chesami. Thank you so much. Kindly come to the center so that a photo can be taken. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Julius. And I like that you are passionate as well online and you speak for inclusion. And I hope you'll also tweet about this meeting. I particularly like that you speak about sustainability for inclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Julius. I'd like to call Ms. Rupal. Thank you so much for participating, for the conversation and enriching this afternoon session. Participants, I want to thank you also. You've been quite a good audience. Thank you. Mr. Nathan, you're a Champions chairperson, but also you've shared your insights in this afternoon session. Thank you so much. On behalf of ARSO, Asante Sana. Miss Maxine, thank you so much for your insights on sustainability. We heard you. Thank you. Mr. Henry Kimera, Asante Sana, we heard you do the call to the media, and I believe everybody should be an ambassador for standards and harmonization. And if you heard him right, I think at the end of this session, everybody should speak about this. We should own the conversation. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Dr. Celestine, thank you so much for answering the questions from the audience and enriching this afternoon session. Thank you so much. If I could, I would give the audiences today a token of appreciation. You've been such an amazing audience, and I can assure you that indeed Africa is heading in the right direction. We'll have one final group photo, if we could. Yes, up to there, that's fine. And we will face Lisa is us at the center. Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, George. You can come to the stage and assist Julius. Thank you so much. I am being reminded to inform you that ARSO is hosting a cocktail dinner. And as you remember from the morning session, they said Mombasa Raha. Enjoy while you're here. And after a long day of participating and sharing and having quite, very in-depth sessions, we'll have some wind down, sponsorship cocktail, having